forum is going to begin shortly. For those who are still stand, please take your seat. When everyone is seated, I will begin the session without further ado. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the 2021 the third Jeju International Architecture Forum. So we are having a hybrid format forum, both online and offline. I would like to welcome everyone. Please allow me to introduce myself first. I'm your MC, Song Gi-yeon. It's my great pleasure to meet you. Ladies and gentlemen, before I prepare for the session, I had a high expectation, so please, I beg your kind understanding for saying hello before the video clip. Due to COVID-19, it must have been very difficult for everyone to attend the forum. Nonetheless, many participants are here with us today, both online and offline, and thank you so much for your kind attendance. We are at the Jeju Museum of Arts, and in this beautiful venue, it's very regrettable that I cannot show you the everything of this venue to you, but fortunately we have some online participants, and I will do my best to deliver the atmosphere of the venue to you as vividly as possible. And we have a housekeeping announcement for online participants. If you visit the official website, jejuiaf.org, or you can visit our official YouTube channel and search for the Jeju International Architecture Forum so that you can see the both channel English one and Korean one. So please use the language of the preference and please stay with us until the very end of the forum. This forum has been prepared by the South Special Governing Province and the Jeju Architecture Association and hosted by the Jeju Sub-Special Governing Special Province of the Architectures. We are going to talk about the current issues of the architecture community. From 2016, this forum first started, and this year is the third International Architecture Forum. As you know, the theme of this year's forum is very timely. New is normal is the main theme of this year's forum. And I don't need to explain further why this forum theme has been selected. You must know well. Thank you so much for taking out your precious time to attend this forum. And we will offer a lot of insight and thought-provoking ideas throughout this forum so that we can meet your expectation through the forum. So at this third Jeju International Architecture Forum, this forum would not have been possible without the effort of the many. So please allow me to introduce VIP guest before we officially commence the meeting. So even if you are on the online platform, please join our welcoming of the VIP guests. We have very special guest, Consul General Iseki Yushas of the Consul General of Japan in Jeju. Thank you so much for your attendance. And I believe that your presence honors this occasion. Next participant is Mr. Kang Bong-yu of Jeju Restored Architectural Association at the Korean Institute of Restored Architects. Thank you for your attendance despite the COVID-19 situation. Next is Ms. Kim Yong-mi, Head of Architecture of Jeju South Special Governing Province. Thank you so much. Actually, when I see the people from here, we have very little number of women, so I think you are representing the women participant. Next, Mr. Lee Chang-min, Head of City Construction Unit of Jeju Special South Governing Special Province. Thank you. Also, we have Mr. Yang Chang-won, who is a vice president and chairman of the steering committee of the forum and head of safety city construction unit of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. Thank you so much for your support. Next, Chairman Moon Seok-jun of Jeju branch of Korean Institute of Architects. Thank you. We're joined by architect Ju Dae-kwan from Design Group O's. Thank you so much for traveling a long distance to attend the forum. Also, Mr. Yang Soo-hyun of Steering Committee of Jeju International Architecture Forum is being with us today, and thank you so much for your attendance. We have so many other participants who worked so hard to make today's event possible, but I beg your kind understanding for not being able to calling out all your names due to time constraint. Dear online participants, please stay with us until the very end. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to give my gratitude to all people who went through all the difficulties of the COVID-19 and made this forum possible. The third Jeju International Architecture Forum now officially commenced with the opening remark. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, the speakers sent us the pre-recorded video clip. The first speech will be given by Acting Governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, Gu Man-sup. Please meet the speaker with a video.
Distinguished guests, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I am Gu Man-sup, Acting Governor of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province. With my sincere heart, I would like to welcome all of you who are participating in the third forum. Since its first forum in 2016, Jeju International Architecture Forum has been a venue to share about the various issues while reviewing the values and directions of Jeju's architectural culture to explore solutions. As we had to wait for one more year to host a third event due to COVID-19, I hope you will have a much more fruitful and meaningful time at this year's forum. Please allow me to extend my gratitude to Mr. Chapong Chuendimo from Thailand, Mr. Tsukamoto Yoshiharu from Japan, Mr. Yang Jiao from China, Mr. David Makula from Switzerland, and Mr. Ju Dae-kwan from South Korea, and all the international experts and esteemed guests for their contribution to this forum. The theme of this year's forum is New is Normal. It's been almost 2 years since this unprecedented crisis of COVID-19 broke out. Vaccines may help to end the pandemic situations, although our daily lives in the post-COVID-19 era will be completely different from the past. Architecture is like a mirror that reflects the social affairs, technologies, spirit, culture, and environment of our time. In the era of the pandemic, we expect to witness more changes coming while also going through a lot of changes in the industry. In the course of creating a heterotopia, meaning utopia that becomes the reality where all are happy and safe after the time of COVID-19, the importance and values of architecture will further grow. I urge all of you in architecture to engage in enthusiastic participation in the forum, where we all find solutions to solve the pending issues facing global cities, including Jeju. I hope this forum will be an opportunity to put our heads together to suggest new visions for architecture and offer more elements of architectural culture to Jeju locals amid the enormous wave of changes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As Mr. Gu Man-sup said, even after vaccination, it might be hard to go back to the previous order. As Mr. Gu said, we will talk about the sustainable ecosystem for the future. Now, we will move on to the welcoming remarks. And President Kang Bong-yu of Korea Institute of Registered Architects Jeju chapter will deliver the welcoming remarks. Please give him the big hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I begin, I'd like to welcome to the third Jeju International Architecture Forum. Thank you so much for your interest and participation. And also, Honorable Consul General Ise of Consulate General of Japan in Jeju, Mr. Lee Chung-min, Head of City Construction Unit of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, Mr. Kim Yong-ju, and Mr. Yang Chang-won, Head of Safety City Construction Unit of Jeju Self-Special Governing Province, Mr. Kang Tae-hwan, Head of the City Construction Unit of Jeju Special Self-Governing Province, are with us today. And due to time constraint, I beg your understanding for not being able to say all your name. As such, we are attended by so many distinguished guests to honor this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly welcome you to the Jeju Forum. Also, I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee who worked so hard day and night to make this event possible. Because of the COVID-19, we are experiencing prolonged fatigue across our society, so empathy and understanding is needed more than ever. In this time of new normal, we need to discuss the architectural issues, and it is my great pleasure to see the successful opening of the forum at this timely occasion. Heterotopia venue and travelers and Jeju Islanders see the Jeju Island differently, and some might ask a question whether we can see the island through the same lens. Love and attention to Jeju Island seems very much lessened, but because of COVID-19, people want to travel more and more, and that's why we are seeing more and more travelers to the Jeju Island. Because of the over-tourism, city dwellers are suffering from the lower quality of life, and at this situation, in this new normal, we need to figure out how architectural community can contribute to resolve this issue and tension between the two. Of course, through this forum, we will not able to find an answer right away because these aggravating issues must be continuously tackled by architectures, and in order to do so, I believe that we need to maintain the healthiness of the Jeju tourism industry while developing the island itself, and this kind of discussion must take place at various levels of the society. That's why through the Jeju International Architectural Forum, our architectural committee in this new normal era will discuss what we need to do at this time of new normal. Facing the pandemic, we are seeing many issues in our society, and we cannot turn back our time to the past. Rather, we need to talk with professional architects, and need to collect our wisdom together to find a ways for coexistence. Lastly, the third International Architectural Forum should be a starting point to start our discussion vibrantly for the sustainable city in the future. Despite the COVID-19, many participants are with us here today. I wish health, and I hope that you can produce a lot of productive outcome throughout this forum. Please stay, and I hope to make a lot of memories at this island. Thank you so much for your kind of listening. Thank you so much, Chairman, for your welcoming remark. As you just said, he just mentioned the over-tourism. When I arrived at the airport, I felt that it is a holiday because there were so many people who are visiting the Jeju Island or leaving the island during these weekdays. And I was able to understand how much over-tourism is having an implication on this island. Thank you so much for your welcoming remark. Also, we will hear the congratulatory remark first from Chairman Chanamso of Self Special Governing Province. Likewise, we have a pre-recorded video. Please watch the video together.
Distinguished guests, My name is Chua Nam-soo, Chairman of the Jeju Special Self-Governing Provincial Council. I would like to congratulate everyone for making it to the third Jeju International Architecture Forum. My thanks go to Acting Vice Governor Gu Man-seop, who prepared for the event, as well as all the prominent international architects. Changes including social distancing, the establishment of a contactless culture, and remote work have all had an influence on architecture. We are now living in the era of new is normal. This new normal is now a buzzword not only in the architecture of Jeju, but for the entire globe. The theme of the third Jeju International Architecture Forum is New is Normal. I hope that this forum can be a venue for cooperation where we can share common issues that Jeju and other global cities face while seeking solutions for such issues. Once again, I would like to welcome all the international architects participating in the event, and I wish you all happiness. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. It was a short speech, but he delivered the remarks despite his busy schedule. Thank you very much. Next, we will invite Master Architect Kim Yong-mi of Jeju for another congratulatory remarks. She is here on the site, so I will invite her to the podium. Please give our speaker another big hand.
안녕하세요.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This Jeju International Architecture Forum will be a place where we will discuss the ways to develop the Jeju architecture community further. Jeju is located at the very southern part of Korea, and historically it was kind of peripheral of the nation. So this island has a limitation of being peripheral to the mainland. So many people wanted to go to the mainland for greater success. And I believe that in the future, back then they wanted to communicate better with the people on the main island because they were seen as a peripheral. But one day they realized that we cannot be seen as peripheral anymore like this. So that's why this Jeju International Architecture Forum was born, so that we can think Jeju Island as a centerpiece of the nation and of the even East Asia. So that is the aspiration of this forum. And that was how this forum was born. And now we are celebrating the third birthday of the forum. We have a guest from far away from Thailand, Swiss, and even Japan. And going forward, I hope that we can develop the forum further so that we can expand the range of the communication across other countries. Also, we have Mr. Chidegan from Korea. He has all my respect. From Inje and Cheon, he built the house for homeless people for many years. And he believed that building beautiful building is not just sole responsibility of architect. Architect need to join the society to create something good for the society, he said. And I learned. So I was very delighted to invite him as a keynote speaker for this forum. So the history of this forum is relatively shorter than the other forums, but going forward, I hope that we can expand the range of the boundary of the forum across the East Asia region at least. Thank you so much for your remarks. That was quite an impressive remark. So it started in Jeju, but now the presence of the forum will expand it to the mainland and even the East Asia, like the K-pop have done. So I hope that we can see the way of not just Korean wave, but also the Korean wave of the architects. And I'd like to say that Mr. Chung Myung-hoon from the Korean Architecture Society is here with us today. So do we need to give him the floor for a while? Thank you so much for your kind attendance. Thank you so much. So we are very much anticipated that we have a very great figure who will deliver a keynote speech for this year's forum. So new is normal is the main theme of the forum, and he's going to talk about the presentation regarding this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, today, Mr. Chu Jae-ga will make a keynote speech first, and then we'll listen to the presentation of 4 different countries, and then we'll have an in-depth discussion afterward. And I believe that this keynote speech will set a tone of the entire forum, which is very critical. So please pay much attention to the keynote speech. Mr. Chu Dae-gon is the head of the design group Oz Architects, and also he is the head of the architects of Gangwon Wonju, and also he is the head of the Seodaemungu Architectural Community, and he is working as a city recovery unit of the Seoul. So he is advocating the concept of programming architecture. So he has very interesting career, I believe. He's going to talk about the architecture at the age of the new normal. Please welcome with a big round of applause once again.
반갑습니다. 저는
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I was given to talk about the theme, New is Normal, and I thought about this for 1 month. How can I give a lecture on this theme? And Mr. Park Kyung-taek said that you can just talk about what you have done so far. So I could muster up my courage to deliver this presentation. And Miss Kim Yong-mi, who is the master architect of Jeju, I have to disagree with her to some degree. So it is related to the lecture. What I will explain today, I heard that word volunteer before, but I don't like that word. So I have conducted various experiments to look at the role of architect, and I have never volunteered for anything. So I made the correction. And it could be about pandemic, and it could be about metaverse. So there are various changes facing us, and what kind of impact they have on architecture. I cannot give you a clear and direct answer. However, instead of the answer itself, it is more important to find a way to respond to such changes. So now we are living in the era of new is normal. And if new is normal, what does that mean? Societies are constantly changing here. So in the past, society has been changing all the time. However, now we have to look at the speed of change. It has become much faster. We talk about AI and robots these days. And the advancement of such technologies could replace human labor. And in the future, maybe only 30% of human labor will remain. In this situation, most of the people will be the subject of redundancy rather than surplus. And we have to adapt to this change. And how can we adapt to this change? And how can architecture adapt to these changes? We have to deal with such questions. So let's look at this issue from the perspective of sociology. What I feel myself is that individuals have been moving away from community and organization. That means we are seeing changes to social relationship, and the individuals are creating momental articulations based on their interests and personal tastes. So in the past, as you see on the left side, it was a solid framework for relationship, and there was an inside and outside the framework. So only within the framework we shared our opinion. But now it is not the case. There are many clusters, and based on various reasons, we build diverse networks. So this is the time we are living in. Now it is hard to distinguish group and community. I believe that now we are moving away from community toward temporary groups. And in this situation, what are the challenges for individuals? We have to build self-esteem, and we need to have personal taste. It will be a much pressure. So I was waiting for the plane, and I heard people in their 40s, they talk about economic independence while they are waiting for the plane to go to Jeju and play golf. They almost talk about only money, but we have to think about how we will spend time in surplus in the future. And as an architect, there we have to deal with the people who cannot adapt to changes. What is the attitude we have to have toward those people? So in this new age, what would architecture look like? I cannot give you one right answer, but I thought about this matter. I'm sorry, I'm not good with this technology. So we will see the convergence of virtual space and physical space. Now we have the technology called the metaverse, and it could replace the physical world we live in. And in that case, business space and commercial space do not have any borders, so not many people will live in cities in the future. And we might see a 500-story building in the future. So as I talked about the social relationships, people do not belong to certain companies. Now, they have various jobs and they tap into their various networks and their time, and they will definitely utilize the independent networks more. And here, what are the challenges for space in the architecture? I have 3 ideas. Look at the second image. And recently, when I met clients, I listened to their requests, and I was surprised to listen to the changes of such requests. People started to want guest room. And in the era of modernization, architecture for housing was centered on the living room. However, now it is not the focus. We will have a minimal space for housing, and it will become the space for initial social relationship. So 2 of my clients made this request recently. And second, there is an increasing interest in shared hiding place. So I talked about a shared interest and shared hobby. So for example, if there is an art studio, and in a place next to the art studio, people gather and work together in a shared place. Before, closed membership was preferred. However, now it will move onto the open membership. And I believe that there will be more user-led culture space. So now we are hosting this event at a museum. And in the past, there were people who appreciate the art, and they paid for artwork. However, now BTS and idol groups have fandoms, and I believe that the fandom will manifest itself for artists in the future. And with their active participation, based on their economic independence level and personal tastes, there will be people who share the space. Whenever I talk about this in Wonju, no one listens to me. However, in Jeju, I know that you are making yourself a culture city. And in the past, you just built infrastructure and invited artists and you raised the fund to operate programs. However, now artists and amateur artists do not have a clear distinction. So, local residents will lead more activities in the future. This is the changes we are witnessing today. And I said that only 30% will maintain their jobs in the future. And in that case, spaces will change and society will change. And there will be the space poor who fail to adapt to the changes. And this is my area of interest. And in this situation, what kind of solutions can we explore? There is no correct answer. In our mindset, we always looked for a correct one. That's what our schools wanted us to find. But for the past 20 years, I carried out various experiments, not looking for one clear answer. Sorry, another mistake. So now we are living in an age of new is normal, and it is just like running in a hurry on a mountain road for the first time. There will be the capsized cars. If we just go in a hurry. And there will be so many unexpected scenes ahead of us, and we have to be aware of that. That is the purpose of the experiment, and we shouldn't be focused on finding one clear solution. However, if we carry out experiment based on our prediction, there will be no serious disaster along the way. And what would be our direction as an architect? Architecture cannot do something alone any longer. Architects, and when I work as a judge for a competition, people think about their intellectual property and they say that they don't want to change their idea in any way. However, how much understanding do we have of this society? And we need to make more efforts to reflect those changes in society. And as Louis Kahn said, we always looked at examples in the past, but we have to be a starting point ourselves. We cannot build the same old schools and cultural facilities. Instead of referring to the precedents, you should be the new one. And lastly, at a team which issues orders, you shouldn't give too strict guidelines for architects. You should make room for interpretation and creativity. I do that in Wonju. Whenever I serve as the head judge, although there are some deviations from the guidelines or instructions, that doesn't mean that they should be eliminated right away. Because if we stick to the written instructions, we cannot find new ways for the future. So if you think something is right or better, you have to keep making proposals and carry out experiments. In that way, you can find the closest answer you would like to find. And in most of the cases, because of a bureaucracy or because of the public cause, most of the ideas are rejected. My ideas are rejected all the time, but that does not matter. The failure of experiment is only part of the outcome. We do not target success of the experiment. As long as we carry out experiment, we are making progress. And what we learn from failure is better architecture. However, we look at the case in a specific village in Europe, and after looking at the success story, we would like to replicate it in Korea. However, that is not possible. We have unique culture, and we have the network based on hometown and schools we attended. So this is a combination of culture in Korea. So based on this network, we build a cultural facility. Then how can we replicate such success stories in other countries? That is just the same as a failure. However, if we have a failure from the experiment, it is different. It is just different from copying the success stories in other countries. So I like the English word, which is recurrent. Normally, repetition is used. However, I prefer the word recurrent because it has the same meaning as repetition. However, it is a little bit different. It is more of reminding the things we had before, and by accumulating our experiences, we can be closer to the solution. Since 2002 up to this year, but I only have data up to 2019. And in 25 places, I built 61 units of houses, and I worked with 1,269 people, including my students. So I will introduce the project. Miss Kim Yong-mi said, I volunteered, and whenever a media approaches us, and if they say something related to public, I mostly do not go for that interview. And it was not volunteer, it was an experiment job. So there are many architectural methods which are not utilized because of stereotypes, and I wanted to try them. I was not afraid of a failure. I tried not to be afraid. I planned them, I made money, I designed the houses, and I did all the works on the house. It was very interesting. So it is different from architecture only for the rich. So it was a pleasant job. However, most of the projects included areas where houses were demolished, and most of the houses we built for them were used for different purposes. So we built a children's library, but there was no children, and we built houses for senior citizens, but they couldn't just live there. Although we used the same heating system, someone spends electricity worth 6,000 won, and someone used the amount of electricity worth 150,000 won. So it is different depending on individuals. And the mechanism of decision making in architecture is very cultural. So when we have a great heating system, the acceptance level is different among people. And how much time do I have left? So people are from different cultures. So although we have a great heating system on the house, some people want too hot temperature. So it is hard to talk about zero energy consumption in those cases. So let me cover the cases one by one. So in Jeju, we worked in Gangjeong and Seongsan, and in Yanbian, we worked on 3 villages. And here, for the past 20 years, we worked on these locations, and this year we haven't done any work. At first, we started with a coal mining village in Taebaek, and we started in 2002. And And coal was a vanishing industry, and we looked at the changes in the coal mining villages, and we started building houses there. And Mr. Adolf Loos, who is the architect, he appraised the architect who is also the coal miner. However, we looked at the cases in Quebec. Their house conditions were so poor. And in the capitalist city, we always neglect the issue of capital in those old villages. So we have done such a project for the past 2 decades, and we worked based on our drawing, but it was not working at all. The floor was flying away when there is wind. So we had a limited budget, but we built houses anyways. And we built 10 houses in the coal mining village. And what we learned that people who are impoverished are not always kind and nice. I said that not everyone. And I learned that in the project, and that helped me a lot for the next projects. So we normally think that laborers and people who are poor are kind and nice. However, it was a stereotype, and I learned that. And these are my students who later gave up on the project. So we built 10 houses, and the coal miner architects' houses were replicated. However, everything failed, but with one exception. Although the project was a failure, it opened a new opportunity for future building of library. One activist moved here after our project, and I designed this library, but there was a children's library which is still in operation, but other houses we built were demolished. However, I designed the library, but the idea came from another person who was an activist, and I'm proud of this children's library. And it was the second experiment on community care for the local residents. In farming villages, when we talk about a social welfare, there are local residents who would like to take care of other residents. So the project lasted from 2004 to 2006. So if we introduce the concept of a public housing owned by village, what will happen? That was the beginning point, and we started in 2004, and it lasted for 3 years. However, the project was a failure again. The community doesn't want to care their own residents. I learned that. In Inje County, in Gangwon-do Province, we built 3 houses, and they were all owned by village. So except for one area, one house, 2 houses became empty because the community became greedy and did not allow local residents to use the house at the end of the day. So we just acknowledged the failure. And in Yanggu, we conducted a survey on the village, and there was an important experiment. There are people who would like to turn to farming, and they do not have anywhere to live. So we wanted to build a house for people who are interested in farming. And we also built a village study center. And people who owned this place, although we built a school, the owner threatened the safety of children, so we had to close the school. So all these projects ended up with failure, and I became just skeptical about all my ideal ideas for community. So the third project was low energy rental house for farming villages. And in 2009, Inje County made a request, so we worked on this one. So how many low-income senior citizens are living in this area? So we conducted a survey on potential demand. And we visited most of the low-income households, and about 10% of the low-income families who are receiving government subsidy are not the poor. We found that as well. And if the social poor are mostly energy poor at the same time. And I thought about the way for them together to take care of each other. However, it was mostly not effective at all. In 2009, in Seohwa area of Inje County, we built one house next to the community center. And initially it was 10-inch floor, but it was excessive. We found out that. So we need to reflect the cultural context. And we built the control system, but it was not used at all. But what is important was that we built this facility next to the community center. So it was quite popular because they do not have a great transportation network. And the public servants did not prepare for the project very well. So between Inje and Wonton, we built the house, but the house was not popular because they need transportation to get there, but the infrastructure was not there. So my time is almost up, so let me skip some of the slides. And I will talk about architecture as a program creator. Architecture is revolving around instructions and requests from the project owner. However, public servants always ask, do we have a precedence? And when I say no, they say just, we cannot do it because we cannot convince the higher ranking officials, but we can start something new. We need a government subsidy, that is true, but I thought about this. Can we gather people centering around one house? So in 2007 in Yanggu, we conducted this project. We built a shared atelier for artists, and those artists volunteered for the local children, but it was a failure. The local government was not interested, and artists are not working in this rural area. They always live in cities. So it was a failure. And to attract the people who are interested in farming, we built children's library, but they always go to the bustling area to study, so children never come to library. So we diverted it to the library for senior citizens. Can I have 5 more minutes? So the next project was conducted in Wanju. So it was right in front of the train station. It was operated quite well, and the space was for youngsters. So we remodeled the space and we built there is a art village, and about 30 people were working there. So they had a flea market, and we invited a artist couple to work there. However, the head of the local government, the new head of the local government, had a friend who helped him get elected. So the friend just took the job away. So I will talk about house building as politics. So in Jeju Island, in Gangjeong and Seongsan, there are movements against the naval base establishment, and we built accommodation facility for those activists. In winter, they never open the door, so we do not need quality insulation system in the house. And we looked at how many people can be accommodated in this container house. And they were grateful, but it was demolished at the end of the day because those activists go through negotiation and they got more benefits on the condition of demolition of this container. So that's how it was demolished. And in 2015, in Gwanghamun Plaza, we reinforced the tent. There was a request for that. So here, looking at the tent, in the past, there were queues of tents, and they were not stable. So there was a typhoon, it was destroyed. So we reinforced the tents with cement, but they were demolished again. And we introduced the idea of Navy vessel led by General Lee Sun-shin, but it was another demolition. And about urban regeneration, we worked on Haebangchon area. We built a very small school. Young people worked here actively. However, in 2019, the rent skyrocketed, so the school was closed again. So it was a small space of 4 pyong with 7 people, but they couldn't keep up with the skyrocketing rent. And I could realize the effect of gentrification in a palpable manner. And we built the cultural space under the overpass, and it is the only successful case for us. It is still widely utilized. And in Seoul, there are deserted railway along the Gyeongui-sun line. And Mr. Kim Byung-soo, who lives in Jeju, he also worked in this Nulljang area. Although it was illegal, we built all these structure. However, the public corporation wanted more profits and they wanted to sell this site to the civilian developers. So I knew that the public corporation is always not public. So this is the greenhouse we built in Gangwon-do province. And in 2017 up to 2019, we had various projects in Yanbian in China. The reason why we went there was that there was the briquette sharing movement in Gangwon-do area. But in North Korea, there are many houses with a similar heating system. So when we are unified, North Korea will have so much energy problems and fuel problems. And we thought about the solution. The house seems big. However, now we have a better architecture materials. However, people living in Yanbian preferred the old materials, and many of them ended up with deaths caused by suffocation. So to solve this problem, we carried out project in 2017, and we also remodeled the lamp in front of the train station. So there was a ramp which was quite steep for people with disabilities. And they said that people can help me by pushing the wheelchair if I have difficulty going down. So we looked at all the facilities for people with a disability. And it was another proud project. And we also did a remodeling project in another village in China. And I believe that it has the same future with North Korea. So after the disintegration of the communities, there will be huge changes and there will be a whole new culture. And we could learn how to treat the sewage in these poor conditioned areas. So last year we worked in Wonju. So one of the new things we tried was low-rise rental housing. We couldn't do it in urban areas because the city government always wanted apartment type. But I wanted to build a low-rise rental house. But although I'm the master architect of Wonju City, the city couldn't build a system to manage low-rise rental houses. We worked on this amid COVID-19, but it ended up with another failure. We are preparing for a pre-K sharing program. We will start next Monday. And pre-K sharing was a very social contribution. It was part of many social contribution activities of companies. However, due to the introduction of ESG management, now it has become antisocial. But how can we solve the energy problems for small houses? So it is a challenging problem. It is hard to install solar panel because there is no enough space for molding. How can we build solar panels in such limited space? We will think about this matter. So every time I win a competition, although not many times, I always rebuild my proposals because I feel that their instructions were not fair. I have to comply with the instructions when I submit the proposal, but most of my revisions are rejected because they want to accelerate the process all the time. And I hope that architects in Jeju will not be disappointed by rejection. As I said, Louis Kahn said it is our job. We have to look at the future. We are not here to replicate what we have done in the past. That is why when you would like to carry out an experiment, regardless of the size of the experiment, you have to inject those elements into every project you conduct. And if we accumulate our efforts, and I believe that Jeju could become a place full of new types of living places. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chudegwan. It was such a passionate presentation. We were supposed to keep the time strictly, but we couldn't cut you off in the middle of the presentation. So what we need in this new era is self-esteem and personal taste. So I took memo a lot. And through failure, we could experience a success, and it is different from garnering success by replicating the past cases. So I believe that is an easier explanation for self-esteem and personal taste you mentioned. Thank you very much. So to think about this year forum's theme, we prepared a video clip. So we will watch the video first.
There are two kinds of moments when we encounter something new. Fear of something that we haven't experienced, and excitement. A pandemic appeared out of the blue, and that has changed a lot of things. Everything nowadays is about being contactless. Masks, social distancing, schooling, shopping, and festivals. The architectural space that used to pursue function and efficiency is now losing visitors, so it requires new changes. We are now standing in the juncture of the new normal era. There are now over 10 million tourists coming to Jeju. Everyone comes to Jeju's daily spaces while dreaming of his/her own reason and wearing a mask. Village Cafe, Stonewall Roads, Celtis, and the natural environment in every corner of Jeju. Such daily spaces for Jeju locals seem to be a new utopia for those visitors. Someone's excitement, but someone else's fear. The name is Jeju. Maybe ordinary life in Jeju after the pandemic will look like what Jeju is now, where there is no border between daily and non-daily spaces. Global warming and the birth of another virus. Tomorrow may be another normal day that we haven't experienced. Overcoming fears can be a new reason of us living in the era of a pandemic and concerned about spaces where we all mutually exist. We are standing at where the new is normal.
네, 영상 마지막에 나온 것처럼 정말
As we saw in the video, we are now standing at a crossroad. We have to protect the beauty of Jeju Island while preparing for the future. That is the challenge of architects as well, and I hope that you can find some part of the solution to this question. So now we will begin the sessions for the third Jeju International Architecture Forum. Before we begin, let me introduce the format of the event to explain how we will proceed. We have a hybrid format. We have both online and offline events. So we will have 4 speakers in the session. Due to COVID-19, they couldn't make it here on the site, so they will be participating online. So we will invite Mr. Chapong Chuendimo for the first session, and in session 2, we have a Professor Tsukamoto Yoshiharu from Japan. Session 3, Mr. Yang Zhao from China, and session 4, Mr. David Makula from Switzerland. And they are pre-recorded lectures, and after each lecture, we will have a Q&A session with panelists. So once again, I would like to make an announcement. Please activate YouTube and please search the name of our forum, because this event is streamed online live, so you can just look at how it is going there. So you can compare how it feels online and offline, and you can also think about the way we can converge an online and offline events in the future. And while you search the forum on YouTube, let me continue. We were supposed to have 4 panelists in total, but unfortunately, Mr. Hyun Sung-hoon from Darangshi Architects couldn't be here with us because of urgent matters. So please understand that. So we made rearrangements. So we will have 3 panelists who will participate in all the 4 sessions today. Our panelists are Professor Lee Yong-gu from Jeju National University, Mr. Lee Deok-jong from Arc Studio, and Mr. Boo Hee-chul from BNK Architects. So am I looking fine on YouTube? So we will start the first session. So the session speaker is Mr. Chapong Chuendimo from Thailand. He visited this forum many times before. So he has been conducting projects where architect and daily lives are coexisting, as Samsung project one of his iconic work. And the theme of today's presentation is to solve problems in daily lives. Ordinary people make ordinary architects. That is a very interesting title. So we will invite the speaker. Hello, Mr. Hello, Mr. Chuendimo. Can you hear me?
잘 들립니다.
We can hear you fine.
진행이 될
So we
것입니다.
provide a simultaneous interpretation. So for online and offline participants, if you are fine with English, you can just select English. And if you want a Korean interpretation, please select the Korean channel. And we will watch the lecture first. So now it's time for the first lecture.
The Bangkok Bastards is the name of the research that Chart Architects has been doing for the past over 10 years. It's basically a research of everyday architecture created by everyday people to solve everyday problems in Bangkok. And something like this. This is a Bangkok bastard that I've been researching for over 10 years. It's called the Construction Worker House. So in Thailand, construction workers actually live on site. And so they have learned to actually recycle and reuse found materials, old wood, old timber, old steel, and corrugated sheet to create their own house. At first, it may look like dirty, smelly, kind of slum architecture, but in reality, if you look very closely at these Bangkok bastards, this construction worker house, you see one of the most creative, intuitive, and wonderful pieces of architecture in Bangkok. If you look closely, you start to understand that it's comprised of these interesting elements. For example, the veranda, called the scaffolding, that allows people to escape from their hot rooms and outdoors, eating, cooking, washing, hanging laundry, getting drunk. It becomes a new social space, also becoming a buffer zone for the tropical sun and rain. So start to understand how these two elements, the core, which kind of the hot, corrugated, claustrophobic rooms, are made bearable by these scaffolding elements. And then with these two components, the scaffolding is used by construction worker houses to accommodate different challenges. For example, this one, the scaffolding is hacked to become a protective helmet to protect falling construction debris on top. So it's a secondary roof made of plywood protecting the bottom corrugated roof at the bottom. Or the core and the scaffolding can multiply. Here, core, scaffolding, core, scaffolding, core, to expand one house into a construction worker camp. So this is one of the researches that we've done. Another one we've done, continuous research, is called the curtain sex motel research. It's one of these mysterious building types that most Thais know about, but foreigners may never have come upon it before. But basically, it's a building type, kind of a naughty building type, kind of a late modern 60s building, where every curtain sex motel, the story goes, there's usually an older gentleman, a gentlewoman, who would arrive in a dark tinted windows in a car with a guest, usually not the spouse, the husband or the wife. So the secret couple will enter through this tunnel secretly. Sometimes the tunnel will be very long and narrow and scary. But eventually the tunnel leads to an internal road, internal alley that leads you to these private parking spots that are draped in red curtains. And a parking attendant would usher the secret couple into their parking spot. And at the end of the parking spot, the couple would find a secret guest suite where they can go in and engage in their romantic activity, whether for 4 hours or 30 minutes. And once they finish, they get in their car and they leave. There's actually a secret exit that they leave out of in order to make a secret getaway, because the husband or the wife may be waiting at the secret entry tunnel. So we did a little diagram to show how that happens, how you go in through the tunnel, do your activity, and you escape through the exit. We've done countless numbers of research and surveys of these curtain sex motels. They have very cute names like the Bountiful Hotel, the Cute Times Curtain Motel, Eternal Happiness. curtain motel. And this is Papa Tony, the incredible client who is a developer of curtain sex motels and other businesses, who eventually 6 years after I researched my first hotel allowed us to develop our own curtain sex motel, Bastard. So Papa Tony called and said, I've bought a new curtain sex motel. Why don't you come and redesign it and create a new experience? So this curtain sex motel called the Friendship Motel has a standard tunnel. It leads to a standard interior courtyard. But the challenge of designing a transforming curtain sex motel is the rooms are very small, about 3.5 meters by 4 meters. Because they're so small because they were designed just to do one thing, to accommodate a very quick romantic activity. The problem with this is the owner, Papa Tony, said he needs to make more profit. So if it's possible, save as little money as possible, use as little money as possible, but be able to redesign this room to accommodate 3 people, not just 2 people. So he wanted to increase an extra bed to increase the head count. So our solution to him was this. He suggested cantilevering a special bed box from each hotel room and not introducing any new structure. So this new bed box allows you from the interior to have this bay window where you can sit and read or go through your iPhone, your smart device, or look down to the street below. But at night, it becomes a third bed that can increase profitability. So if this were the original building, we would increase or introduce these new bed box extrusions that create these unique gaps, because these bed box extrusions are very minimal and compact. They're only 1.2 meters by 2.4 meters, big enough for a twin-size bed. So that leaves this interesting gap over, which we filled with the scaffolding that introduced you when we've been researching for years. But this, what I call the living scaffolding, what it does is it tries to turn this once dark, mysterious, and introverted curtain sex motel inside out, transforming it into a light, extroverted, and open new street hotel that hopefully reignites and re-energizes street fun. So this particular scaffolding is divided into 3 components: the porch, alley, and the outdoor table. The alley, or I call the soy, is basically fulfills a very mundane activity that's very, very important in Thailand. A lot of the times, balconies are designed at the request of developers for an apartment or condominium in Thailand or in Bangkok. But as we all know in Thailand, nobody ever comes out to use a balcony because it's so hot and dusty in Bangkok streets. So the balcony becomes a housing station for MEP units, mechanical systems like air condenser units, or electrical conduits, or sanitation pipes. So what happens when there's a problem, let's say with an air condenser, the repairman has to go through your room, your private bedroom, in order to service these air condensers. So we've designed this vertical alley to allow repairmen to actually go through and service each and every air condenser and mechanical or MEP unit in every room without having to go through the rooms. But this alley, vertical alley, will have a secret surprise function I'll tell you about later. So here you see in real life the elevation of this kind of snake-like service alleys that allows repairmen to fix MEP units. Here from the northwest corner, you see the service corridor and a service stair that creates a new type of space in the facade. And at the northeast corner, the stair that takes you from the ground up to the second level is inspired by this another Bangkok bastard, which I call the light bulb change stair that you see at every gas station in Bangkok. If you ever wondered how light bulbs are changed on the underside of these tall gas station balconies, this is a local invention that locals have made up and which inspired our stair. The next element is called the porch. The porch scaffolding basically makes use of this little used space called the setback area, 6-meter setback area between the street and the building itself. That usually becomes a kind of a storage space for garbage and used furniture. But here we try to use it as a new bridge that connects the interior of the hotel to the street life. Again, Papa Tony is a big inspiration for this because here a picture in 2018, and you see him with his "I love you" sign. But when he was younger, when he was 24 years old, this is a photo of him in 1953. He began his career as a food vendor, selling Thai iced coffee with his wife right here. So he has a soft spot for street food culture. And this is a neighbor called Brother Chicken or Pikai that we are very friendly with. So Papa Tony and us decided to come up with a new business model where we would be able to send the hotel guests down to have breakfast with the street food vendors, so that if you're a guest, you can come down. You don't have to eat your standard egg and sausage. You can come down, have Thai sausages or Thai donuts. This way, we're able to rebrand the hotel as kind of authentic street food hotel. But more importantly, we were able to redistribute income to the local community street vendors. Again, this is another response to the Thai military government banning street food for years now because they want to quote unquote clean up the Bangkok streets to follow the Singapore model. So we tried to propose an alternative method to solve this problem. Um, Doing so, we designed these plug-in stations so that neighborhood street vendors can actually plug in onto the property of the hotel and be able to sell food without being harassed by the police. We also designed these mobile furniture, stools and tables and chairs that can be wheeled out onto the street during festivals to colonize public areas and streets to reignite street life. For us, architecture isn't in Thailand isn't just walls and floors and roofs, but folding tables, plastic stools, food vendor carts, even twinkling lights on a string actually create space in Southeast Asian streets. Here's a photo of the opening night of the hotel where Brother Chicken is able to sell his Thai sausages freely. Here, another food vendor, Pisum Kit, is able to enjoy the plug-in station where she can sell her food without being kind of harassed. Um, if you can remember what I told you about the vertical alley where repairmen can service the air condensers, on festivals, weekends, at night, this turns into a vertical stage where the hotel can put on street performances, street concerts to actually enliven and reignite the neighborhood. And here's a short video of that opening night. All the neighbors actually came out and had fun, enjoyed food, enjoyed music, and it was a very lively atmosphere. So from what I told you, we still have the hotel tunnel, but we've kind of transformed it, bastardized it, to make it a new experience. So as you go through the tunnel, now you emerge into a newly transformed courtyard with an outdoor movie, as well as this new pool. And it's not just a swimming pool, but actually a lounge pool where you can sit and enjoy the movie while it's cooling down. We invented a new type of balcony called the leg dangling balcony that allows you to hang your legs bare feet and watch the movie and relax. More importantly, it forces the guests to turn around and face each other rather than sitting in an air-conditioned room and playing on your smartphone. Wouldn't it be nice to come out and enjoy the community of guests from all over the world? Lastly, we've designed a special pulley system that allows you to get popcorn and snacks be delivered to you on this gondola that serves every vertical balcony. So in essence, this construction worker scaffolding isn't so different. This particular scaffolding that we found in. Now we are going to go outside of the city, outside of Bangkok, to another project now that in order to explore bastards in nature. Um, Now we're going to go to this another project called Hotel Labris, another hotel we did in Khao or Big Mountain Forest Preserve. This is an area that's about an hour outside of Bangkok, where a lot of Bangkokians travel as a weekend getaway, come enjoy nature and very cool and mountain atmosphere, almost reminiscent of being in Europe, almost in the Swiss Alps. And for this reason, because of this unusual cool climate, uh, uh, local officials and entrepreneurs start to introduce these European language resorts. For example, Thames Valley is kind of an English manor resort. Alio, which is almost like a Italian hill town neighborhood mall, and then Toscana Valley is a villa resort that has a leaning tower of Pisa. So we were at a dilemma where we say, is this Disneyland or is this something to be considered seriously? Why can't an architectural language that's foreign exist in Thailand? But how do we do it, treat this cultural bastard seriously in order to create a new hybrid architectural language? So the owner actually asked us if we could explore the language of this kind of foreign Western architecture. On top of that, she also asked us to put in a labyrinth, um, so that it is kind of a garden feature. We didn't want to treat this as introducing this Western garden folly. We wanted to explore the idea of the labyrinth as a spiritual concept in order to derive a new type of tropical resort in the mountains of Thailand. So taking all this into consideration, kind of foreign influences, and the labyrinth, we decided to conceptualize the master plan not as a big master plan, but actual chapters in a book. So each zone of the master plan is divided into chapter 1, which is the entry or the drop-off. Chapter 2 is the hotel. Chapter 3 is the resort villas. Chapter 4 is the great hall or restaurant, and chapter 5 is the swimming pool. And each chapter is based on a new spatial concept of the labyrinth or the maze. And how do you travel through the maze to discover this new mountain tropical landscape and architecture? So this is the actual aerial photograph of the resort, kind of a linear arrangement where you enter from the street on the left right here. So I'm going to skip and show you the two most important parts, which is the hotel element and the Great Hall, which is a restaurant. So this hotel element, again, is based on the Western labyrinth, but we bastardize it to show how it could illustrate the beautiful characters of a tropical Eastern landscape. So we basically present to the client that this particular hotel building is actually almost a castle or a palace that is a kind of has this living areas on the outside, almost like a protective buttress wall, and in the middle is a void, almost like a cloister garden, as you'd see in Europe. But the sequence is very unique. That you would enter from this kind of a void on the left, right? You go through this gabled void through the guest room volumes, and through there you'll see a new type of tropical and porous stone architecture that's resistant to the kind of the harsh tropical rains. And then you enter to the kind of the protected outdoor lobby in the middle of the courtyard. And once in the lobby, that's open air, you encounter these magical shelves or cabinets where the greeter will bring out your own personal welcoming packet. You have your kind of welcoming letter from Hotel Labris. So the name Hotel Labris is derived from the word labyrinth or maze. So it's almost visiting a kind of a mystical kingdom. You have your card key, your mysterious card key that'll take you to your room, as well as kind of a kind of magical animal horn keychain that you can take with you. So you take your secret card key, and then you go out into the surrounding courts, where you will find 48 different doors that lead 48 different pathways or labyrinthian paths, right? To start you on this magical journey. So each door, as you can see, leads you to a different path of the labyrinth, all 48 different paths that will lead you to 62 different rooms. So you have a kind of a different experience. As you go through each door, the path could be long. You may not see the end of it. It forces you to turn right and kind of explore and wander. The path may lead you to a room at the ground level, or it could lead you unknowingly to stairs that lead you up to the second or the third level. We basically wanted to bastardize the original labyrinth or maze, which was a maze that was created by King Minos to trap this monster called the Minotaur, whose head is a bull and the body is a human. So with this original labyrinth, there was only one entry and one exit. However, we transformed this. We asked, why not have, instead of one entry and one exit, 48 different entries that lead to 62 different rooms or different exits, to kind of twist the idea of the labyrinth into a new type of tropical resort. Not only that, instead of having individual paths, you can start to understand that with each path, you're creating an individual garden, so that it allows a customization where each room has its own private garden that's linear and snake-like. So you can actually come out in the morning and have breakfast in your own little maze-like garden path. Also, once you enter the building itself, the stone architecture that's kind of made from recycled and broken pieces of marble that are locally found. Again, we come back, I haven't thrown away the idea of this very valuable scaffolding element, this veranda element that allows you to have kind of a buffer zone between the sun and the rain. Also, it's a multi-purpose area. But in this case, this new tropical stone scaffolding allows you to come down, enjoy the fresh air, and it reframes the tropical mountain environment. And this is a collage that we did to study the multicultural influences. So if 50 years ago in a big mountain reserve, there were only Thai houses on stilts, traditional typology. Eventually, they were invaded by various Western typologies, whether it's an English manor, Italian villa, or whatever. So this hybrid profile starts to create a new morphology of the hotel itself. Secondly, there's a bastard twin to the hotel, which is a great hall at the end where the restaurant is, which is chapter 4. So in creating the great hall architecture, we started the idea of how do you start, let's start from the kind of a local typology, the Thai house on stilts. How do you create a hominess, a friendliness that's encapsulated in a house for 4 people, but to accommodate a restaurant of 200 people? So we start to create a chain of houses and try to bastardize the morphology from multiple houses becoming a series of houses that's almost reminiscent of the mountains in the back, thus creating this new bastard of the mountain typology. So this building itself isn't just reminiscent of a Thai house, but it's also kind of a miniaturized mountain that reframes the tree and the mountains in the back. So there are always multiple meanings in the architecture that we try to create. Inside, the profile, the void, looks like the profile of a house, but from some other viewpoints, it actually looks like the underside of a large ship. So we call, there's a secret relationship between the hotel building and the restaurant building. We call them the bastard twins. So if this were the hotel building, it's basically a creation, a mix between the gable morphology and the arch morphology. When we collide these two morphological forms together, we create this broken arch that's separated by the column, and thus it creates a new abstract form that's a leftover intersection of the gable and the arch. In doing so, we've tried to create a new type of space, both positive and negative. And then through this series of operations, you see here we isolated the intersection of the arch and the gable of the hotel. And once we invert it, we create a new negative into a new positive, which then becomes a new positive for the hotel building or the restaurant building. So therefore, there's this invisible connection between the restaurant, which is twin number 2, and the hotel, which is twin number 1. So we call them the bastard twin. We know we have very little time, but we want to create a special treat for our Jeju audience. As you can see, I've just shown you the various Bangkok Bastard research and designs that Chat Architect has done. So we decided to do an extension of the Bangkok Bastards into a kind of a Jeju research. So we start off to look at this beautiful house, which I visited on my last trip to Jeju Island in 2018. This wonderful Red Jeju residential typology, the stone wall house with the straw, smooth roof, pitch morphology, right? And how beautifully the beautiful vernacular Jeju type copes with the strong winds and the strong rain, and the aerodynamic roof and the way it's constructed helps the locals endure this kind of very violent weather at times. But eventually, going through Google Street View, we start to see how the typology starts to becomes hybridized or bastardized from stone walls to concrete plaster walls. And the turtle-shaped roof now isn't just straw, but it's covered with this green construction agricultural tarp. So this tarp now is used to cover this roof in this residential complex. And the walls are also not only house walls, but perimeter street walls. But then it started to bastardize even more into this interesting, we call the fish tank farm warehouse typology, where it's a coastal industrial building type now that has this turtle-shaped roof. But then the scale of it has been multiplied into many, many buildings, and is this beautifully mysterious typology. This one, the tarp, is continuous over several vaults, this very graceful, sinuous curve. So we thought that this was an interesting typological, maybe there's connection, maybe it's not, but these fish tank farmhouses are beautiful, especially from the aerial photographs. So we've documented Google Earth several fish tank farms with a prototypical roof hole. And then lastly, just to show how we thought in our very quick survey, this beautiful kind of connection with the traditional stone house with smooth roof, and the materials start to change and the morphology changes into kind of a new fish tank farm with a tarp smooth roof industrial typology. And then we decided to suggest a new type of Jeju bastard as a part of the conversation. So we picked one particular fish tank farm warehouse on the coast of Jeju Island and decided to model it and analyze it. So that this is a photo of this series of beautiful fish tank warehouse farm barrel vaults that we see from the street. And so we modeled this to potentially see its beautiful characteristics, not only from the outside, but also its structure. So this is an exterior isometric with the construction tarp on. And then we took the construction tarp off to show this beautiful truss work. And eventually taking the truss off to see the fish pools where they cultivate the seafood inside the tent. And these are kind of like administrative buildings with mechanical pumps as well. And then we decided to create and reimagine what it was like on this beautiful interior, even though we didn't have access to the building. So this is kind of an imagined interior of the fish tank farm warehouse underneath the trusses and the beautiful kind of transparent construction tarp. But then we also to go do another step further is to propose a new Jeju bastard, where we bastardize that fish tank typology and suggest that this existing typology could be reimagined as a new Jeju bastard, which we call the fish tank community pool. So we've kind of suggested that this industrial type that evolved from the residential type could now transform into a new public community space that actually frames the ocean and giving kind of shaded sun protection from above and creating a new experience for Jeju Island. So this is our gift to you. We really enjoyed playing and trying to discover new bastards. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share our views with you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much for your presentation. At the very last part of your presentation, you gave
Thank
us a
you very
gift
much
called
for
New
your
Jeju
gift at the end of the
Backyard.
presentation.
Your presentation,
Projects
project, and
given
explanation
by
are
Top
very
Trendy Mall is
authentic
always
and unique.
fresh,
I believe that
full
you're
of
full
new
of
ideas,
uniqueness,
so
and that was
they
quite an
were all
interesting project. Thank you so
interesting
much for
projects.
sharing that with us. And now it is time for us to have an in-depth discussion and have some Q&A together. As I said before, we have 3 panelist members. Please allow me to introduce one by one. Mr. Lee Yong-gyu, Professor Lee Yong-gyu, Architect Lee Deok-jong, thank you. Also, Bu Icher, Architect. So I believe that that was quite interesting to you as well. So Mr. Lee Deok-jong, do you have any question? Hello, everyone. So thank you so much for being so much enthusiastic for the Judge Bastard. That was quite interesting. Actually, for the last one meeting, we had a gym meeting together, and through the gym meeting, we talked about the Netflix because you watched the Hyurin의 민박, Hyuri's 민박, and through the Hyuri's 민박, you thought that the Jeju landscape were quite impressive. So in 2018, you came to Jeju Island and time passed. So the scenery of Hyuri's 민박 is somewhat later. So do you see any difference between the two of those different timelines?
I think the first time I didn't get a chance to go out and see too much nature because we went to see the beautiful Jeju house, and then there was a conference. But then what Hiyori's bed and breakfast allowed me to see was in season 1 they filmed in the summer season with IU, and in season 2 they filmed with Juna and Park Bo-gum, and it was in the winter. So I saw the range of weather through Netflix of Jeju Island, which I didn't see on my trip there.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. And I have a question about your project as well. So you talked about Samsen Street Hotel project. So I noticed that you translated the Bangkok language into others. And when we think about the Thai architecture, we usually think temple or typical traditional houses of Thailand. And I believe that you are doing different project in your project. Did you have any reason that motivate you to do the Bastard? And could you further explain about the Bastard project itself?
Well, I think it started with me as a goal, as an architect moving from, let's say, America back to Thailand, and to work with an architectural language that's authentic. I didn't want to be a Western import. And I didn't also want to do historical Thai architecture that was, I wouldn't say superficial, but I just felt like something that was authentic isn't something that was globally recognized, because I can ask you too, I'm sure if you think of something that's Korean in architecture, you have kind of a big picture that's the general icon, but there are probably things that you run into every day that not many foreigners know about, but it's very Korean. That's where I wanted to look at, is to have a real, authentic, live examples of local architecture. I don't want to use the word Thai. Similarly, I'm sure the same way sometimes you don't want to call your architecture Korean because that's too simplistic. So I want to look at something very live, unique, and very much active in everyday life, because I felt like that was the way to actually create a new language, to derive a new language in order to create an architecture that my local neighbors would know, But maybe somebody from outside would look at it and say, oh, that's strange. I don't recognize that, but that's okay to me. I don't need for everybody throughout the world to recognize what I do, because once I create something that everybody knows, it's no longer authentic. It's an oversimplification of architecture so that you're trying to please the mass. This is the problem with all global cities right now. Architects and developers basically try to create architectural form that everybody understands so they can sell it. Once they look at something that's a little bit obscure, not clear, but really meaningful, most developers say no. People won't be able to understand it. Let's do something that everybody will understand. The world will understand. That's why Bangkok is the same as Seoul, is the same as Tokyo, as the same as New York, more and more every day. Because we're not willing to be brave enough to look at something that's local, but not everybody understands it. But it actually has a lot of charm. Yeah.
네, 어떻게 교수님 답변이 잘 되셨나요?
So he just answered to a question. And let me move on to Mr. Lee Yong-kyu. Actually, that Samson Street Hotel was very fascinating to me as well, because if you see the project, you are not just finding out the answer out of the project, but trying to put your daily lives into the project. And that is very authentic from my perspective, I believe. But recently, because of the COVID-19, we're seeing like the boundary of our private life are being expanded, but that expansion will be very dangerous in this time of pandemic. So like the love of the project, I mean that we need to be more close because of the pandemic and need to reduce the boundaries between the cities. So do you agree with this idea in this time of pandemic, or do we need to be more open in our architecture again in this COVID time? So I have this kind of question to you.
Yeah, I do. And that's why, coincidentally, the things that I was looking at, if you remember, the scaffolding element that's around the Samsen Street Hotel was derived from the scaffolding element of the construction worker house and many other vernacular types. Why? And it's very important because most people with lower income, whether they're living in slums or whatever, have very small rooms, very hot, very unpleasant. That way, they actually rather spend their life on the street, on the sidewalk, under an overhang, right? Not only is it better ventilation, but they actually see their neighbors. That's why people with less money have a better public life than rich people because they're not inside, closed door, air conditioning, watching Netflix. They'd rather be outside because of their limited means, so that their architecture is almost at the buffer between inside and outside. Isn't that the best way to battle the pandemic? Is to not be inside an air-conditioned space, but you probably can't be outside 100%, it's too hot. So this in-between space, luckily, becomes a partial answer for COVID. And that's not a coincidence. The bastards that I study have all these solutions to all these global movements, sustainability, resilience, all these general words that architects and planners throw out. They're all solved by our locals, our local Thais, our local Koreans. So we all share that in Asia, that in-between space.
답변이 굉장히 명쾌하게 나오고 있는
That
것
was
같습니다.
quite clear answer to quite challenging question. Mr. Boo, do you have a question as well? Yes. Actually, in Kauai, I was very impressed about the hotel, Laveris Hotel. It is 1 hour away from Bangkok to the north. Maybe it was 2019 when I visited that region, Laveris Hotel, but I still remember that the changes of the topology from arch, the combination of the arch types and the restaurants, and that inverted arch type of the shape of the restaurant and the traditional shape of the Thai houses, and behind it was the mountain range shape. All those changes were very impressive, and I still vividly remember all of them. And in your presentation, I once again realized that this is like a playground. It was very fun and full of ideas and so many languages of architecture. But from my perspective, most of the elements are kind of Western culture, I think. So this hotel has many elements of Western culture. So this is somewhat culture bastard, I should say. So through this culture bastard, what kind of message, architectural message did you want to deliver? And how people receive that kind of message in real life?
Um, it's actually a message to architects like myself who teach, and also to universities, and really much to all architects with a capital A, where for the most part, we've still held on to the language of modernism, right? When you're in school, your professors will probably only comment on projects that are modern in language and morphology. We are not equipped to talk about any other language, or else we have to change architectural major or concentration to historicism. Like in Thailand, you either study modern architecture in a regular curriculum or Thai architecture. That's very limited. Similarly to, if there were only one language, if we only spoke English in the world, and every other language is forgotten, wouldn't that be a shame? I always cross between architecture and other parts of life. I don't think there should be one architectural language, especially now, how the world has opened up with the internet, and normal people are much smarter about design because of the knowledge they can learn from online. We can't fool people anymore. We can't try to give reasons through theory, through our own personal design bias, that modernism is the best style for people who have taste. Basically, we're turning our backs on local languages, but also hybridization of local languages and modernism or classicism. Like in Thailand, there's a whole series of buildings that are colonial, right? That happens all throughout Asia, Hong Kong, Africa, South America, where Western classicism comes to a foreign country, maybe a tropical country, and that colonial mansion is actually a mix between European style and tropical materials, so that it actually breathes. That's a hybrid. That's a bastard. So all these different languages, and the Hotel Labyrinth was the first project where I tried to. At first, I had a problem with it because I said I can't do this. I can't do classical language, but I said, well, then you need to try, because we have to open up ourselves to other different types of languages other than modernism.
네, 그러면은 이번에는 한 번씩
And I'll give another chance to give the question to each. Mr. Lee first. At the last part of your presentation, you talked about the Jeju bastard for Jeju Island. Thank you so much. Actually, 6 or 7 weeks ago, when I called you to ask for the presentation, actually, you said that you wanted to Jeju specialized presentation, not just general presentation. I was baffled, to be honest, but actually, that was quite a surprising present for Jeju Island. So from 6 to 7 weeks ago, you created a research team to research on various types of the houses and the region of the Jeju Island. I know you just gave us just one example of Jeju Island, but in your research, do you want to share further the things you realized during the research or other interesting elements you found?
Yeah, actually, we did two research. We presented the second research. The first research we actually did. We tried to look at the hybrid of the traditional Jeju house, with the stone walls and the curved roof. And then I had a good meeting with you and Professor Yi as well. And I realized you know everything about the Jeju house. And I didn't bring anything, I didn't want to bring anything that was you already knew everything. So I decided to switch and look at buildings that I don't think people are interested in or look past. So we spent a whole day going through Google Street View. I actually toured the whole Jeju Island with my researchers. And we came upon the fish warehouse. It was like, oh, that's strange, but it's familiar at the same time. And we didn't think that it was something that anybody would look at. So that's why we chose something. That's usually our rule when we pick bastards. We look something that's unique. Most people don't probably look past it and don't think much about it, but it looked like there was something there. So more and more we use the internet to look at interior photos of the fish tank warehouse, and we saw beautiful spaces. This is where a certain inspiration made us look at something. And once we researched deeper, we found more and more amazing things that we didn't realize that could lead to new spatial experiences. For example, for this one, once we reimagined the interior of these almost 30 barrel vaults, that if we imagine if it framed the sky, the Jeju coast, what a beautiful horizontal framing element it would be. And then we played with the program. Let's say, how do we enjoy this the most? We're near the water. Let's make an enormous public pool that frames the Jeju coast. So this is how we play. It's not just trying to be academic, but we put new things in that really inspire and change public life and new experiences into the bastard that we research.
진행해 주십시오.
네, 그 사실은 제가 궁금했던 게
Actually, that was something I wanted to ask actually. This fish tank is something I see every day at coastal area, but I haven't thought about anything like that. And I thought that why I haven't thought about that. Actually, that's the point. How do you find a bastard? How do you identify the good materials for bastards? But you just answered the question, how to identify. So you pretty much answered. So I believe that we need to have new eyes, new lens to identify bastards, I believe. So that is not a question, but just comment.
That's a great comment too. And if I can respond to it, in the end, it has to be interesting architecturally to me. It can't just be something that's interesting socially. It has to have architectural value to me as an architect, because in the end, I don't want to be an anthropologist or sociologist. I'm an architect. So whatever bastard I choose has to intrigue me architecturally, spatially, on top of the history that may be associated with that thing. So yeah.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
이번에 제주에 관한 리서치를 하신
So you did a research on Jeju Island, and I think you're more familiar to Jeju Island now. So for the next generation of architects, do you have any tips to our students?
Yes, I say close your computer. Don't look at Dezeen, Pinterest, Architizer. You don't need to. All of your invention is just outside your door. You just need to go out of your room, put down your phone, and go out and look at your streets, at your neighborhood with new eyes, like I have. I didn't even go there. I went through Google Street View. You have so many beautiful things all around you that most people with old eyes look past and say, oh, I see that every day, it's boring. But no, we just need new eyes. And I think it's important, especially in the pandemic age, no, where we're not going to be able to travel all around. So in a way, it's good. It teaches us a lesson that wonderful things you don't have to pay a lot of money to go on a plane to go see. There are amazing things in your neighborhood as well. That's what the pandemic has taught us, because we can't go anywhere. So we're now looking at places around us with new eyes, and now we're kind of rediscovering ourselves.
네, Q&A가 이렇게 재밌을 수
So that
있나요?
was quite an interesting Q&A session. I didn't know that Q&A can be this interesting. I was so immersed. Thank you so much for good answers and questions, and especially the speaker, Mr. Cha Pong-chu. Actually, 6-7 years week before, he started the research on Jeju Island and prepared for your presentation. And I was very touched because you are very enthusiastic part of the Jeju Island. So I believe that you said it, students need to go outside and look something through new lens. Student, participant, when this forum is finished, please go out, as he just said. So this concludes the first session. Thank you so much for your presentation in Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
So it was such an interesting session, and let me move on to the second session. So after Thailand, we are going back to Far East, which is Japan. So Professor Tsukamoto Yoshiharu is the second speaker. Professor Yoshiharu is now teaching at Tokyo Institute of Technology, and he is also a passionate speaker. He sent us a recorded lecture, and he also made subtitles himself. And he's a member of Atelier Powwow, and he is conducting various research. And we will say hi to the professor first. And this presentation will be translated into Japanese. And the professor will speak Japanese in the Q&A session. Professor, hello?
Hello. Should I speak in Japanese or in English?
Speak in Japanese.
こんにちは.
네, 일본어로 하시면 되겠습니다. 다시 한번 전달 부탁드리고요. 그러면 강연 영상 함께 보시고 다시 온라인 Q&A 때 교수님 다시 모시도록 하겠습니다. 여러분, 강연 영상 함께 보시죠.
K1 東京工業大学の塚本と申します。今日は資源的人のための建築都市社会と題してお話しさせていただきます。まずは私の大学、東京工業大学のキャンパスの中に私の研究室が設計した環境エネルギー研究棟というものをご紹介します。これは CO260% 削減を目標にした新しい研究施設でありまして4000枚の太陽光パネルを搭載して総エネ、エネルギーを作るということをすると同時に実験機械の省エネを進めまして合わせて 60% の CO2 削減に成功した建物です。この施設はまずはその太陽光発電で全体を覆っておりまして、私たちはエンベロップと名付けてますが、屋根、それから壁、南面と西面ですね、3面を太陽光パネルで覆われた建物になっています。東日本大震災の発災とその後の津波、そして福島第一原発の爆発などの直後に完成した建物です。私も非常に一生懸命この建物の設計をエネルギーを注いだわけなんですけれども、同時に建物がスマートになるっていうことに関して一つの疑問も感じました。というのは建物の方が CO2 を削減してくれるので、あなたたちは今まで通りの生活をしても構わないよというふうな言い方が実は産業界がこういう環境エネルギー環境技術を導入する際に用いるレトリックとしてよく聞かれるわけでして、何か一度便利さを享受した現代人はもうそれを捨てられないから じゃあ産業がその代わりに CO2 削減努力をしますと。なので、この製品を買ってくださいというふうに、聞こえるような時がありまして、それは何か私としてはあまり楽しくないなというふうに思っています。むしろ人が変わっていくような、そもそも我々のその電気をたくさん使う、エネルギーをたくさん使う、大量のものを大量に消費する、そういう暮らしをやはり変えていかなければ、根本的な地球環境問題とか南北格差とかそういうものは解消されないのではないかというふうに思うからです。それから8年経った2019年に里山の棚田のオーナーというものに私はなりました。これがその活動でをしている鴨川の釜沼地域の風景ですけれども、中山間部に棚田が広がった大変美しいところです。ここに私が通うようになったきっかけは2016年の無印良品と一緒に提案した里山の棚田オフィスというものの建設がきっかけでした。この絵の右の上の方に小さな小屋が建っていますけれども、これが棚田オフィスです。棚田というのはその前に広がっているテラス状の田んぼのことを言いまして、これが非常に日本の里山の風景としては美しいものであります。ただこれを維持管理するのは非常に大変で、多くの努力が払われてきました。しかしこの地域は中山間地域で農家さん高齢化、それから跡取りがいないというようなことで、この非常に豊かな里山の環境が今、維持できなくなってきているんですね。で、そこで無印良品とアトリエワンで新しい働き方として里山で活動しながら夜や雨の日にはデスクワークをするというようなことができる場所として棚田オフィスというものを考えました。これはある意味シンボルのようなものですけれども、棚田の横でリモートワークができるということであります。で、ただ2016年の時はまだそのリモートワークがそれほど一般的ではなかった。今はパンデミックの経験してリモートワークがもう当たり前になってしまいましたけれども、当時はまだそんなに当たり前ではなかったので、非常に珍しい取り合わせということで話題になったものです。で、これをきっかけに私はそこで活動されている林さんという半分農家半分アーティストの方がいるんですけれども、その方の友達になりまして、2019年から棚田オーナーにもなり米作りを始めました。そして農家の仕事をいろいろ手伝うようになりました。その矢先にこの2019年の台風がすごく大きな被害をこの集落に与えまして、林さんが使っているこの古民家の屋根も30年前に板金で覆われたまま来たんですが、風速50メートルの風によって吹き上げられて、中にあったかやぶき屋根がこういう形で露出してきました。で、これを見た林さんは、大変な被災をしているにもかかわらず、美しいというふうに Facebook に書き込んで、私もじゃあ直しましょうということで、一緒にこのかやぶき屋根を直す活動を始めることにしました。で、そこから私が教えている東京工業大学の研究室の学生たちとこの集落に通い始めたんですね。そうしたらですね、今度はパンデミックになってきます。コロナ COVID-19 の感染者が増えてきて、なかなか海外へ旅行に行ったり出張したりすることができなくなってしまった。で、私はそれまで月に 1.5 回ぐらい海外へ出張に出かけているような、そういう仕事の仕方をしてたんですけれども、それが全てできなくなったので、週末はもうほとんどこの集落に通うことで復興を助けるということを始めることができた。それで、実際その農村でいろんな作業を手伝っていくと、実に様々な仕事があることが見えてきます。 でこれは農家さんのことを百姓というんですけれども、それは100の名前を持つっていうことで、100の違うスキル、違う仕事があるっていうことでもあるんですね。で、都会で住んでる人にはその棚田の美しさっていうのばかりが見えていますし、それからそこで開かれる田植えとか稲刈りのイベントの、楽しさというものばかりが見えてるんですけれども、実はそれをその環境を維持するためにすごく見えない努力が払われているということが分かりまして、でこれを私たちはちょこっと仕事というふうに名付けることにしました。なぜちょこっと仕事というかというと、それは丸一日やるような仕事ではないですね。例えばあぜ道の草刈りですとか、それからあぜ道に開いてしまった穴を埋めて固めてもう一回きれいにあぜ道を作り直すこととか、あるいは山に入って枝を払って動物たちがあまり畑や田んぼに近づかないようにすることとか、動物さらいをすることとか、あるいはもう少し楽しい果樹の収穫とか、様々な、あるいはタケノコ掘りとかですね、様々なことがあるんですけれどもそういうものはだいたい朝1時間とか夕方1時間とか、そういうふうにちょこっとやるんですね。ただほぼ毎日そういうちょこっとした仕事をすることによって、相対としては大変多くの仕事量になっているというふうに思います。それでそのちょこっと仕事をまずは見える化しなきゃいけないということで、私たちはその図鑑を作ろうということで、その農家さんたちに取材して後ろをついて回って一緒に作業させてもらって、いろんな仕事の図鑑を作りました。ここに見せているのはその一部ですけれども、で右側のドローイングはこの集落の風景とその仕事の関係をオーバーレイしたものであります。美しい棚田の風景というのはこうして見ると多くの仕事の風景でもあると言えます。そういう活動を続けるうちに、集落の中心にある古民家が売りに出されまして、でこれをですね、仲間たちと一緒に共同購入して、で共同管理するために私たちは一般社団法人を作りました。小さな地球という一般社団法人です。でそうすることによって多くの人で共同所有することによって不動産マーケットに出ない物件に変えてしまったわけです。古民家下さんというプロジェクトがそこで始まります。この建物はもうしばらく人が住んでいなかったのであんまりいい状態じゃなかったんですけども、それを改修するのに、できるだけ元通りの建物の作り方、例えば土壁であるとかそういうものによって作り直そうとしました。でその土壁を作る材料は先ほどのかやぶきを直すためにかや場を作ろうとしてるんですけれども、そのかや場を作るために掘った溝、こうやって田んぼ休耕田をカラッカラにしてすすきの原に変えていくんですけども、ここで出た壁の材料にします。これがその土壁を塗っている時ですね、竹小前を自分たちで組みまして、これも裏山から取ってきた竹で作っています。そしてこういう形でコミュニティキッチンが出来上がりました。コミュニティキッチンというのはそのコミュニティのメンバーで、自由に使えるような場所なんですけども、カフェをやったりマーケットをやったり、コンサートやったりすることができます。でただしこのコミュニティというのはこの集落の中に住んでいる人たちだけじゃなくて、この農村を一緒に、維持していこうという都市住民もたくさん含まれています。都市農村交流の、拠点になっているということです。で、この下さんのプロジェクトっていうのはとても面白い方法で進められました。それを私たちは不信と言ってるんですけれども、不信というのはその昔禅宗の坊さんがお堂を建てるために資金とかそれから作業の手を広く人々に協力してもらう、あまねく請うという意味がその不信という意味なんですけれども、それによって進められました。できるだけお金は全然資金がないので、そこにある材料で、それから古い部分を悪くなった部分を壊したらそれをきれいに選別してサルベージして、またそれもリノベーションに使っていきました。それでそ それがですね、実は、一般的に今行われている建設とは随分対比的な関係にあります。一般的に行われている建設は今請負という形でありまして、そこは専門家が囲い込んでいったような場所でありまして、そこで使われる材料も全て建材メーカーから供給されるし、それを作るエネルギーも、世界各地から一番安いものを仕入れてくるというような形で、全世界的なグローバルなネットワークの中で作られるものなんですけども、これは言うならば建築を産業社会的な連関の中で作るものが、これが請負であります。それに対して不信というのはどちらかというと、地域的な連関とか民族史的な連関の中で作る。そして誰でも参加できるというところに魅力があります。というのは、不信の場合は上手い人もいればあんまり上手くない人もいます。そして全然重いものを持ったり、それから大工作業仕事とかできないっていう、女性なんかもそういう方がいらっしゃると思うんですけども、ただそういう方でも集まってきて働いているみんなのためにご飯を作ることができる。つまり調理することも建設の一部になるということなんですね。でこれは非常に楽しいことなんです。そして、でそれが今不信と請負っていうのが横軸にありますけれども、これに対してもう縦軸に例えば占有と共有というものを取りますと、今やっている古民家下さんというのはこのまさに共有と不信の、証言にあるものです。でそれに対してほとんどのいわゆる建築家が作る作品というか20世紀以降の建築というのは資本蓄積の反映でありまして、その占有と請負の証言にある。でこの第二証言にはですね、占有で不信というのもありまして、これはかやぶきの民家を例えば優位というものがあったんですけども、その地域のコミュニティで毎年一つずつ順番に直していくという、そういうやり方ですけれども、それは占有でかつ不信であると言えるわけです。でこの図式の中でやっぱり今明らかにその第一証言が強いんですけれども、もっとその第二第三第四証言ですね、不信の軸あるいは共有の軸に触れたものをもっと作っていった方がいいというふうに私は思っています。なんでかというと、ここに今斜めの軸が書いてありますが、この右上の方に上がっていく軸というのは、これはやはり資本主義が発達した段階でやっぱり強まってきた方向性だと思いますし、それからここでの暮らしというのは基本的にはエネルギーも食事も大体みんな産業のサービスに依存する形で行われています。つまりでそのためにはお金を払わなければいけない。そのためには良い会社で働いて良いサラリーをもらわなければいけない。そのためには良い人的資源にならなければいけないというような形でありますね。なので資本主義的人的資源的な暮らしがこちらにある。でそれに対して左下へ伸びていく方向性というのは、むしろ地域にある材料あるいはみんなが持っているスキル、それを合わせて作っていくという意味で、人的資源を私はひっくり返して資源的人という言葉を作ったんですけども、資源的人のための場所になっていく。それからそれは地域のある資源のアクセシビリティを共同管理するコモンズ的な場になっていくというふうに思います。でそこに三角形が2つ、左下の三角形はコモンズが太っていて広くて、パブリックプライベートがその上に乗っている。これはエントロピー経済学の田部田さんという方が述べていたことから作っている図なんですけども、定常社会ではコモンズというものが一番下にあって、それをもとにパブリックとプライベートが成立していたところが、資本主義社会になるとこのコモンズにあった資源をパブリックが制度設計していろいろな法律や規制を作りますね。でそれによってプライベートの方に吸い上げて資源を、そこで資本蓄積を行い、そこから税金を下ろしていくことによってパブリックを動かすという国民国家的な図式だと思いますけれども、そういうものに変わっていった。つまり20世紀というのはこの左下の三角から右上の逆三角へとコモンズ、パブリック、プライベートの関係が 移行したという、世紀だったというふうに言えると思いますが、これがいろいろな格差を今や助長し、そして非常に不安定なプレカリアスな生存条件に発展した国であっても、日本や韓国であっても、そういう人々を作り出しているということを考えると、やはり地球環境がここまでダメージを受けているということを考えると、やっぱり右上の方向へどんどん進んでいってはまずいのではないかというふうに思います。そのためにはコモンズの再構築ということが非常に大事で、それに建築が寄与するのであれば、やっぱりこの第3証言、第2証言などを第4証言などの活動を増やしていく必要があるだろうというふうに思います。それはですね、事物連関というものを批評言語とした建築、そして社会的繁栄になるでしょう。右上の方はそれに対して生産性に価値があって空間を批評言語に成長してきた20世紀型のモデルだというふうに言えると思います。で、第2証言で説明しました民家のかやぶきについてご説明しますと、今ちょうど私は先ほどの集落で被災したかやぶき屋根の再生をオーナーの林さんと一緒に取り組んでいます。そのためのクラウドファンディングを始めました。そしてもう日本中からかやぶきに興味のある人が集まってきてくれて、2週間合宿のような形で作業を進めています。これは現代の結だというふうに言っています。もう伝統的な結というのは、その地域に集落に住んでいる人たちだけが参加するものだったんですけれども、現代の結は SNS とかでつながった関心を共有する人たちが集まってきてみんなで作り上げるものだというふうに思います。これがかやぶき職人相良さんで、彼の指導のもと、大体毎日10人15人ぐらいが集まって2週間作業して、この屋根の西面を直していくという作業を行っています。このかやはですね、まだ自分たちで育てたものではなく、この地域、南房総地域というんですけども、そこで育ったかやを集めてもらって、それを買う形で今回はやりましたけれども、将来的にはこの集落の中にかや場を再生して、他にもこういう吹き替えることができるかやぶき屋根の民家はまだいくつも残っていますので、この集落をかやぶきの里に変えていこうというのが我々の一つの目標になってきました。はい、長くなりました。以上です。
네, 강연해주신 우리 요시하루 교수님 감사합니다. 네, 교수님, 지금은 저희 통역이 잘 들리십니까? 1호 통역 잘 나가고 있습니까?
入ってます。
네,
聞こえてます。
네, 다행입니다. 마치 단편 영화를 보는 것 같았습니다. 자막이 있고 또 음향이 불을 꺼진 상태에서 보다 보니까 건축 프로젝트를 이야기로 한 영화 같은 느낌이 들었는데요. 이제부터 자원적 인간을 위한 건축, 도시, 그리고 사회라는 강연에 대해서 심도 깊은 또 Q&A 한번 진행해 보겠습니다. 네, 마찬가지로 세 분의 패널님 함께하고 계신데요. 이번에는 이용규 교수님부터 시작해 볼까요?
네, 강연 잘 들었습니다. 잘 계셨죠? 하야시 씨의 지붕에서 혹시 접속하시는 거 아닌가 하고 비밀이라 좀 생각했었는데 연구실인 것 같습니다. 제가 드리고 싶은 질문은, 제가 드리고 싶은 질문은 보이지 않는 우리가 눈에 보이는 풍경을 보이지 않는 이를 통해서 찾으시라고 하셨던 그런 어떤 연구의 프로세스가 굉장히 인상적이었고. 그러니까 저희가 어쩔 수 없이 건축이라는 걸 하다 보니까 눈에 보이는 것들을 만드는 작업들을 하는 일들이잖아요. 그래서 사실 그 이면에 보이는 눈에 보이지 않는 것들을 주목하는 게 그렇게 쉽지는 않은 과정이라고 생각을 합니다. 이런 눈에 보이지 않는 작은 일들, 이런 일들에 주목하시게 되셨던 어떤 계기라든지 그런 어려운 저희가 쉽게 찾지 못하는 그런 것들을 발견하셨던 그런 과정에서의 어떤 노력이라든지 이런 것들에 대한 설명을 좀 해주시면 저희가 좀 도움이 될 것 같습니다.
はい、きっかけは実際農作業に参加させてもらったら全然 知らない仕事がいっぱいありまして、でしかもそれ、冬の間だったんですけれども、すごく、広々とした風景の中で、体を動かして、で土に触り草に触り、っていう作業が非常にリフレッシングだったんですね。で、これはこれですごい楽しいなと思って、で林さんに、これはもっと都市の人と一緒にやろうっていうつもりはないのかって言ったら、彼はこれは地味な仕事だからねっていうふうに言って、今までそんなことを考えたこともなかったっていうふうに言ってたんだけど、田植えっていうのは、田植えとか稲刈りっていうのは昔から労働集約型の作業で、祝祭型の農村の作業で、いろんなとこから人が集まってきてわっと一気にやるっていう意味では外の人もアクセスしやすい作業なんですけど、地道に少し穴が開いてしまった棚田の土手を埋めていくこととか、水の流れを良くするためにドブをさらっていくこととか、草刈りをしていくことっていうのはすごく地味でイベント的にはできないんですよね。できてこなかったんです。なので彼もそういうふうなつもりだったと思うんですけども実際やってみるとすごく面白くて、でその後の食事もとても美味しいし、であとそれぞれの作業にやっぱり長年培われてきた知恵というものが埋め込まれていて、いちいち感心することが多いんですね。でやっぱり自然に向き合っているからこその自然への理解、そして人間のそこへの関わりを最小限で非常に大きな効果を上げるものにするように仕事っていうものが考えられていて、ものすごく感激することが多かったです。なのでこれをもっとみんなでできるようにしたらどうかっていうのが最初のきっかけです。でアイディアとしてはシャドーワークっていう言葉がありますよね。それでイヴァン・イリーチなんかが指摘した家庭の中の仕事、これはほとんど経済的に評価されない、隠れた仕事として日々行われていて、それが結果的には男女の、ジェンダーによる、役割分担みたいなものに定着し、女性の人の社会参加ができなくなっている原因でもあるっていうようなことを言ってますけれども、それと似たような構造がやっぱり農村と都市の間にもあり、我々は都会でどこどこのお米は美味しいねと言って、産地までは理解してご飯を食べたり野菜を食べたり魚を食べたりすることはできるんですけど、その作業の一切を知るということはなかなかやはり難しく、ほとんどのことがやっぱりこの流通過程でブラックボックスの中に入ってしまう。でそのことがやっぱり、もったいないなというのが正直なところですね。もっと知れば知るほど面白い、もっと知れば知るほどそのものの味わいというものは増していくのに、そして自分が成長していく機会もそこにあるのに、なかなかそれをさせてもらえない社会構造の方がある。であればその社会構造をやっぱり少しずつ変えていって、そういう今外部化されて見えなくなっているものにもっとが見えるようになって、そこに我々がアクセスできるようになった方が良い社会ではないかというふうに考えたんですね。なのでシャドーワークというのを一つリファレンスにしながら、農村におけるシャドーワーク、これは都市と農村の間の関係に成立するものですけども、そこを一つ批判的に捉えてみたいなと思ったんです。
네, 답변 감사합니다. 다음 질문 넘어가기 전에요. 우리 요시하루 교수님은 도쿄 공업대학교 교수님이신데요. 교수님을 응원하고 또 우리와 함께 해주기 위해서 도쿄 공업대학교 학생들도 함께 많이 참여하고 있다고 합니다. 너무 반갑습니다. 반갑다는 인사를 꼭 전하고 싶었습니다. 네, 이제 그러면 이덕종 건축가님께 다시 질문 기회를 드리겠습니다.
네, 그 강의 감사합니다. 그 초반에 보여주셨던 그 영상 중에 농가를 취재하면서 만든 그 작은 일 도감 이 마을 풍경과 함께 겹쳐서 만든 그 지도가 사실 전에 본 적이 없는 형태의 상당히 인상적인 그 지도였습니다. 저는 개인적으로 한 10년 전쯤에 그 런던에서 이제 교수님이 첫 번째 작품집 비헤이비어럴 알러지를 그 발표할 때 그쪽에서 강의를 듣게 됐는데요. 지금 하시는 그 작업이 그 당시 이제 발표하셨던 그 비헤이비어럴 알러지의 어떤 연장선인지 궁금하고요. 그리고 이러한 행동을 그 시각화해서 만드는 작업이 어떤 그 도시적인 그 스케일이 아니고 어떤 그 건축적인 스케일에서 어떻게 그 영향을 미치는지 좀 궁금합니다.
もちろんこれはビヘイビオロロジーの連続の中にあるものです。でやっぱり建築とか都市とかの設計をしているとどうしても形とか形式とかっていうのは非常に大切なものとしてあるわけなんですけれども、同時にその形や形式というものがそれだけで自立しているというふうに考えるのはやっぱり私はあんまり展開がないなと思ってまして、それは常に自然の要素の振る舞いですとか人の振る舞いとかそういう動いていくものの振る舞いとの関係の中で成立しているというところに面白さがあると思うんですね。そしてやはり例えばある形式が成立するということはそれが生み出す人々の振る舞いあるいは自然の振る舞いというものが何度繰り返してもストレスがなくて洗練されていって、そこにやっぱり我々がある意味快適さとか楽しさとか美しさとかそういうものを見出せる場合にやっぱりその形とか形式というのは生き延びることができる。例えば棚田という形式がありますけれども、それは水が水平になろうとするという水田ならではのやはり農業の形態でありまして、でそこにはまず水の振る舞いがあり、かつそれを少しずつ、慣らして斜面でつないでいくんですけれども、この斜面のつなぎは大型の機械が開発される前に農家の人々が手でやったものですから、その人間の、体力でできる範囲の大きさのものにも斜面になっていますし、そしてそこを毎年維持管理するためにあぜ道といってその田んぼを囲っているところが道がありますけれども、そこは草が生えることによって根が張ることによって固まってるんですけども、しっかりしたものになってるんですけども、そこに際の方に草が生えすぎるとそこの根が水道になってその水道があぜを壊していく。そこでその、草をむしっていかなければいけなくて、そこをまた泥で塗り固めていかなきゃいけない。そのための作業がまたそこで生まれるわけですけど、つまり棚田っていうのは斜面を水平に切っていったっていう形式であるというふうに、空間的には記述できると思いますけれども、実際はそれを成立させるためにさまざまな事物の振る舞いというものがそこにまとわりついていて、それなしには何の意味もないものであるというふうにやっぱり思うんですね。なのでそれをトータルにやはり理解することが大事じゃない。都会からああいう農村に行くとまずはその棚田の美しさに目を奪われるんですけれども、だんだんそれがどうやって維持されているのかが分かってくると、美しいという気持ちと同時に大変だなっていう気持ちが重なってきて、ますますその風景の深みといいますか味わいといいますかというものが分かってきます。そしてその大変さというのは今我々の世代の大変さももちろんなんですけども、それを最初に作った人たちの大変さっていう今いない人たちのことにまで思いを馳せることができるんですね。という意味で見えない仕事について考えていくということはそういった今ここにいる我々ではない人たちを想像することにもつながっていく そしてそれは逆に言えば、今はここにいない未来の人たちの考えることにもなると思うんですね。なので、やっぱりああいう農村とかでこう見えない仕事を考えていくっていうことのはとてもとても面白いことだなというふうに思います。
네, 정말 빠져들어서 답변을 들었습니다. 지금 이용규 교수님하고 이덕종 건축가님이 질문을 해주셨는데요. 혹시 더 추가 질문 있으십니까? 네.
네, 뭐 앞서 말씀드렸던 보이지 않는 것들을 보이게 하시는 작업이 사실은 조금 더 궁금하기도 하고 더 질문드리고 싶은데 아마 이런 보이지 않는 것들이 보였기 때문에 그런 가치를 공유하고 관심을 갖는 현대의 어떤 유의라든지 커먼즈라는 것들이 구축할 수 있는 계기를 만드신 게 아닌가라는 생각을 하거든요. 근데 지금 시대가 시대다 보니 이제 코로나 시대에 있어서의 그런 그 유의라든지 커먼즈를 재구축하는 데 있어서의 그런 사람들 간의 신뢰가 구축이 이렇게 쉽지는 않았을 것 같습니다. 그래서 그 부분이 어떠하셨는지를 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 네.
はい。もちろん、どうかな。うん。まあ、農村なので、外での作業なので、割と、密室で作業するようなことはないので、むしろ、そこなら、あそこの里山であれば、みんなで集まっても大丈夫かもしれないっていう、むしろ逆に逆に思った人もいたかもしれないですね。で、なので、その難しさっていうのはそれほどは実際は感じませんでした。あとはこのかやぶきを直すための新しい優位を作るのが、我々の最初の、こういった共同作業をみんなでやっていくっていうことではなくて、それまでにも棚田オーナー制度ですとか、あるいは炭焼きの会ですとか、醤油を作る会ですとか、自然酒を作る会ですとか、私というよりはその林さんがもう20年近く続けてこられた都市農村交流の実績がありまして、でそのネットワークが非常に広く厚いものがあるんです。でほとんどそこでは経済生産性というものはあまり問題になっていませんで、誰も儲けていないし誰も損していないんですけれども、人々の信頼関係はずっとこう積み重ねられてきて、紡がれてきていて、それがなければ今回のかやぶきの、作業もできなかっただろうというふうに思います。でこのかやぶきの作業は、1年で終わるわけじゃなくて、3年かけてやるつもりなんですけども、そしてそれが終わったらまた別の集落内のかやぶきの建物がありますので、そちらの方へと移行してまた続けていきたいなと思っているんですけれども、そうやって作業をしていくこと、そうやって、みんなに、ここでの仕事というものを理解していってもらうことによって、信頼関係というのはどんどん作られていくんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。なので、そう、大丈夫です。だから、チェジュ島も、わらぶきですかありますよね。あれの、今、農業シートをかぶってるっていうふうにさっき、プレゼンテーションありましたけども、あれも農業シート外して新しいのにやり替えるっていうのがいいんじゃないかと思いますね。ぜひ共同でやりましょう。
네, 흥미로운 제안까지 또 답변을 잘 해주셨는데요. 네, 부희철 건축가님 혹시 질문 있으십니까?
무인양품과 진행한 그 카마누마의 타나다 오피스를 보면서 대기업과 건축가가 같이 협업하는 그 모습이 굉장히 인상적이었습니다. 타나다 오피스 이후에 같이 협업할 기회나 앞으로 또 다른 어떤 계획이 있으신지 좀 궁금하고요. 최근에 일본 건축 방향과 비교해서 오늘 보여주신 교수님의 작업의 방향성은 어떤지 좀 궁금합니다.
無印良品とはその後もいろんな仕事をしていますが、それはどちらかというと無印の大型店舗の中に、本屋さんを作っていくっていうプロジェクトでブックドラゴンっていうのを中にこう走らせていくんですけども、それを5、6件ですかね、一緒にやりました。で、ただ里山のプロジェクトではその後コラボレーションというものは今のところ展開していません。で、私の、そうですね、私あるいはアトリエ1の、仕事というのが、今他の日本の建築仕事と、どう違うのか、どう似ているのかというところですけれども、私は今かなり一生懸命その空間っていう概念を批判しようと思ってます。空間っていう概念が、何を我々にもたらしたのか、そこをかなり、20世紀の初頭あるいは19世紀末ぐらいにまで遡っていろいろ考えてきたんですけども、いろんな建築家あるいは批評家歴史家が空間についての理論を書いていますけれども、でもやっぱりなぜ空間っていう概念が建築の議論の中に登場したのかっていうところがすごく大事で、それはそれまでの我々人間をこう捉えていた人間の暮らしをこう、規定していた事物連関というものをキャンセルし、そこから離脱して自由になるっていう、その自由になった先のことを何というか、これは不確定で、すぐには答えられない。でもその何か行き先があるはずだと。そこを空間と名付けたのが、私は空間という概念が産業革命以降の社会の中で建築を議論する上で必要になった理由なんだと思っています。で、空間はそういう意味では自由とか解放とかそういう概念と非常に近い、同じような意味がある。ところがそこはいいんですが、空間はという概念はじゃあ解放されていった先がどこになるのか、次に何が待ち受けているのか、どういう連関の中に組み込まれていくのかということについて説明できない。なので空間ということで建築家があるいは建築の専門家が建築や都市について議論していく限り、拡大拡張という方向性ではが良いのであれば、いまだにそれでいこうというのであればそれでいいのかもしれない。だけれども拡大成長ということではもうないでしょう。それだけを言っていてはこの未来の世代に対して申し訳がつかないことになってしまうので、今やっぱりそれではない非表現を作らないといけないと。どうやって違う言葉で建築を議論するか、都市を議論するか、あるいは暮らしを議論するか。その時に私はその空間というものが切り離したその連関というものですね、事物連関、ネットワークといいますか、物事の関連性ですね、というものがやっぱり非常に重要だと思っています。で、空間型の建築の設計というのは非常に自由に想像力を働かせ、そして 形式をドライビングフォースにしてどこにまでも行けそうな、そういうやり方ですけれども、連関を、連関に基づいたデザインというものは必ずしもそうはならないと思います。もっと今ある連関は何であって、そして過去にあった連関は何であって、でそれがどういう過程で今のようになって、それが本当にいいのかどうか、そこには我々の暮らしをむしろ苦しめるような障壁を作り出していないか、そこが見つかったらむしろその障壁を壊してもっと簡単にもっと楽に地域の資源とかにアクセスできて豊かな暮らしが送れるような、そういう社会の仕組みあるいはを作っていかなければいけない。そのために建築や都市というものがあるというふうにやっぱり考えた方がいいと思うんですよね。でそこを事物連関というものをやっぱり新しい建築の批評言語にしていくというのを、やろうとしています。先ほど説明した、下さんっていう古民家の改修や、それから新しい優位を通したかやぶき屋根の再生、これは大体空間型ではなくて事物連関型のデザインあるいは建築の活動だと思いますけれども、それを非常に進めたいなと思っています。でそれだけ言ってるとですね、ノスタルジーじゃないか、過去に戻ってるだけじゃないかっていうふうな印象を持つ人も多くてですね、そこで私はちょっともう少し踏み込んで言わないとみんな分かんないんだなっていうふうなことがだんだん分かってきて、であれば空間批判っていうのをやっぱりすべきだなっていうふうに思うようになりまして、今はですね、私は日本の建築界の中で最も空間を批判している建築家です。
네, 답변 감사합니다. 혹시 추가로 질문하실 거 있으신가요? 뭐 있으신 분이 자유롭게 해주시면 됩니다.
저는 아까 교수님께서 그 많은 시간을 할애해서 설명해 주신 그 표에 대해서 잠깐 얘기하고 싶은데요. 사실 그 표를 제 스스로는 이해하기까지 좀 많은 시간이 걸렸습니다. 네, 좀 그 단순한 표처럼 보이지만 사실 역사적인 많은 관계들을 다 함축하고 있는 표여서 그랬던 것 같은데요. 제가 그 표를 이해하기로는 그 교수님이 이제 궁극적인 작업 방향성은 어떤 전유와 청부에서 그 상호 부조와 공유의 방향으로 이렇게 변해가는 것이 맞는지, 제가 이해한 것이 맞는지 좀 궁금하고요. 그리고 이런 방향성에서 아까 그 보여주신 그 작은 일 도감과 같이 그 행동을 유형화하는 어떤 작업이 이 그 아래쪽으로 방향으로 이제 변해가는 데서 어떠한 역할을 실제적으로 할 수 있는지 좀 궁금했습니다.
私も第一証言の、占有で請負の仕事をたくさんしています。アトリエ1はもうクライアントワークをやることで建築作品を作るという、20世紀的なモデルの建築家の活動をやめるわけにはいかないというか、それも続けているわけなんですけれども、なのであれを図式の中で左下の方向へその共有で、不審の方にだけこう行けばいいというふうには思いません。ただ今の社会の仕組みというのが第一証言向けに全部作られてしまっていて、第一証言以外の建築というものが本当はあるのに、それが芽を出せない状態になっているということに大きな問題がある。で建築家はやっぱり責任ある立場だと思うんです。やっぱり第二証言、第三証言、第四証言にも建築があるんだっていうことを言っていかなきゃいけないし、実践していかないといけないと思います。でそのために軸、斜めの軸というものの間をですね、こう行ったり来たりするような活動を私自身はしてるんですが、できればあらゆる証言に顔を出しながら仕事をしていきたいなというふうに思っています。でももし許されるならですね、もう第 3証言の共有不信だけでね、まあ、人生、それだけやれれば、まあ、建築家人生豊かかなというふうにも思いますけれども、まずなかなかそれを許してくれるスポンサーが欲しいな。そういう感じですね。それで、2番目の質問ですけど、そのちょこっと仕事みたいに、まあ、仕事類型化っていうふうにおっしゃいましたけども、まあ、類型化というよりはですね、あれは仕事というのは相手あってのものなので、水とか土とか稲とか草とか木とか、そういう相手があってのものなので、その相手との対応関係で生み出されてくる方なんですね。ですから私が類型化したというよりは、その自然との対話の中で自然によって類型化されたっていうふうに言えると思うんです。そこにですね、やっぱりすごく人間と、まあ、自然のいろんな事物との間の対話、あるいはそこの共同性みたいな、その中でしか生まれてこない独特のバランスですとか、そういうのがみんな入ってくると思うので、ああいう形で仕事には型があるんだよっていうふうに言うのは間違ってないんじゃないかなと思うし、まあ、型があることによって知らない人が今日はこの仕事をやりましょうって言ってすぐに参加することができる。
Recording in progress.
どうやなってんの？なってますね。はい。俺たちが聞こえますか？聞こえますか？貼り直そうか。
いや、多分向こう側が問題ですね。
向こうの問題？聞こえてますよ。大丈夫ですか？聞こえますか？
켜주시면 감사하겠습니다. 이렇게 줌에서 튕겨나가는가 봐요. 네, 들리십니까, 교수님? 교수님
はい、
들리세요?
聞こえます。そうですね。聞こえますよ。聞こえました？聞こえますか？
네, 네, 답변이
기고해봤어요.
중간에 조금 끊겼는데요. 아까 멈춘 부분부터 연결이 끊어졌던 부분부터 다시 이어서 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
はい。はい。型?
그 아까 행동을 유형화하는 어떤 그 작업이 그 그래프에서 어떤 그 영향을 미치는지에 대해서 설명해 주시다가 끊긴 것 같습니다.
はい。はい。わかりました。はい。まあ、振る舞いっていうのは、ああいう仕事の中にもああいうちょこっと仕事も振る舞いだと私は思ってるんですけども、で、振る舞いっていうのいいところは、何か目の前に現れた資源とのやり取りの中で、あるいはまあ周囲との関係の中で組み立てられる、まあ、バランスした状態ですね。なので、まあ、 農村で言えば棚田とか、それからまあ草とか土とか木と森とか、そういうものとの関係でこう作られる振る舞いなんですけれども、で振る舞いっていうのはいいのは、まあ、これはビヘイビオロロジーでも書いたんですけども、個人で占有できない、この振る舞いは私だけのものというふうに誰にも言えない。で振る舞いっていうのはそういう意味で誰でもシェアできるものなんですね。で一度身につけたら自分のものになって、で人に教えることができるし、あるいは人に教わることができる。そこにはやり取りが人と交換する、まあ、ものにもなるわけですね。なので教え合ったり学び合ったりっていうすごく大事な人間の成長の中での最も大事な場面っていうのが振る舞いのやり取り、振る舞いを教えたり振る舞いを学んだり、そして実際にそれに参加するっていうことにおいて広がっていくというのはこれはお金を払ってサービスを受けるっていうことでは決してできないことなんですよね。なのでまあおっしゃる通り振る舞いをああいう形でタイプ化するということは、その振る舞いがシェアできるということを、まあ、より明快にすることでもあるし、まあ、都市から行った人が例えば週末昼間から行って、例えば今日は草刈りをやりますっていうことが朝例えばですねインターネットのカレンダーで分かっていれば、私予約しますって言って、そしてじゃあ来てくださいって言われたらその午後に行って、まあ、車で1時間半ぐらいのところなので東京から、そこで作業して汗を流してシャワーを浴びて帰ってくるとか、一緒にご飯を食べてまた帰ってくるとか、まあ泊まってもいいですけども、まあ、そういうことができるんですね。なので、まあ、そういう形になっていけばいいなというふうに思います。なので明らかにおっしゃる通り第三証言に近づいていくための方法、資源的人になるための方法です。止まった？
いえ、
通訳中？うん。はい。第一証言、第二証言。そこもそれはですね、第一証言、第二証言。第一証言、第一証言から
저희가 전달이 중간에 끊기긴 했지만 내용이 전달이 충분히 된 것 같고요. 네. 저희가 마지막으로 그 제주의 어떤 그 젊은 학생들이라든지 아니면 건축 아까 뭐 지붕의 초화에 대한 말씀도 잠깐 해주셨는데 관련돼서 제주의 학생들이나 아니면 건축인들 아니면 일반 시민들에게 혹시 해주시고 싶은 말씀이 있으시다면 마지막으로 좀 부탁드릴 수 있을까요?
はい。まあ資源的人っていうのはまあ、農家になれとか漁師になれとか林業家になりなさいっていうふうに言ってるわけではないんです。もちろんなっていただいても構わないんですけども、まあ、都市に住んでいる人でもあるいは設計をやる人でももっと身の回りにある資源というものに、直接自分でアクセスしてそれを取ってきて、自分の生きる糧にするという生き方はができるんじゃないかなと思うんですね。まあ、それによって産業に与えられるものをただ受け入れていく、それにお金を払っていくという暮らしから少しずれていけるんじゃないかなと思います。で不信ってまあ今日説明しましたけれども、不信のまあ一番まあ面白いなと思うところはみんなでやるっていうところもあるんですが、材料を自分たちでその里山の環境から取ってくることができる。そうすると請負でお願いするときは 市場で流通している材料というものを、どうしても選ばなきゃいけないし、それじゃないものを選ぼうとするとべらぼうに高くなってしまうんですけども、コストがかかるようになってしまうんですが、不審でやる場合は、身の回りにある自然の中から竹ですとか木ですとか土ですとかは、あるいは茅ですとか、茅は日本の地域の場合はススキなんですけれども、それを取ってくるっていうことから始まる。で、それはまさに食べ物を自分の身の回りから取ってきて料理して食べること、それからエネルギーを身の回りの自然から取ってきて、暖を取ったりすることと同じように、身の回りから取ってきたもので自分たちの生きる環境を作る、そういう建築というものにつながっていくと思いますので、そういう資源的人の実践をですね、チェジュ島とってもいいところで資源がたくさんあるところだと思いますので、若い学生の皆さん、市民の皆さんは、そういう活動を始めてみてはどうかなというふうに思います。以上です。
네, 감사합니다. 우리 이덕종 건축가님이 10년 전에 교수님을 처음 만나 뵀다, 교수님의 그 프로젝트를 처음 알게 됐다고 말씀하셨는데요. 오늘 이렇게 Q&A를 들어보니까 10년 그 이상 동안 굉장히 오랫동안 한 가지 주제와 또 한 가지 접근 방법으로 깊이 있게 파고드신 교수님이 아니신가 싶습니다. 이렇게 오랫동안 땀과 노고를 다해서 만드신 그 철학과 개념을 저희가 1시간이라는 짧은 시간 안에 이해하기는 역부족이지만 그래도 교수님의 그 철학과 왜 그러한 부분에 대해 집중하게 됐는지 충분히 잘 이해할 수 있었습니다. 중간에 인터넷 연결이 불안정한 부분이 있었음에도 끝까지 다시 접속해 주시고 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다. 그리고 교수님과 함께 해준 도쿄 공업대학교 학생들 여러분도 다시 한번 감사합니다. 교수님 강연과 답변 감사합니다.
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 네, 이제 벌써 절반 넘게 왔습니다. 세 번째 세션 넘어가겠는데요. 이제 동북아의 또 다른 나라 중국으로 넘어가 보겠습니다. 중국 양자오 건축가님이십니다. 양자오 건축가님은 중국 대리 지역에서 활동하고 계시고요. 장소성을 건축에 반영한 그런 프로젝트로 유명하십니다. 연결이 되셨는데요. 잠깐 인사 나눠볼까요? 교수님 안녕하세요. 건축가님 안녕하세요. 통역이 잘 들리십니까? 중국어 통역이 잘 들리십니까?
听得到。
네, 감사합니다. 그러면 건축가님 강연 영상 보고요. 다시 Q&A 때 다시 인터넷 연결하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 여러분 그럼 다시 한번 강연 영상 먼저 보고 오시겠습니다.
The theme of this conference is about the new situation brought by COVID-19 pandemic to our profession. I haven't seriously thought about this topic until I read the introduction to this conference. Then I tried to find out what has changed to my work as an architect. As you may know, China's policy to control the pandemic is quite extreme. Since the outbreak early last year, China has zero tolerance for the virus. When the virus visits a certain city or area, it just shut it down. There's no public life at all. But when the virus is gone, life comes back to normal. I have been working from Dali City of Yunnan Province for 9 years. The area is basically safe during the pandemic. These are the safety codes I have to present when I go to train station, airport, into hotels. Obviously, it becomes inconvenient for me to control projects in other areas of China. So, since early last year, I have to focus more on projects in my small city of Dali. Travel has become a little inconvenient. In urgent quarantine cases, People of certain neighborhoods are forbidden to walk out of home for 2 or more weeks. When we need to wear masks to meet each other in public spaces, we prefer to stay at home. The quality of home becomes more apparent. The need to improve living conditions becomes urgent. This is a courtyard house I made 5 years ago for a couple moved from a big city to Bali. The house is located at the border of the village and faces the rice field. The design strategy was to combine a house and a garden together to create a small universe for the residents inside. During this pandemic, the couple told me that they feel very lucky to have such a house. The need for life is almost fulfilled, making contact with nature without the need to go out. And this is a new house project we started last year after the outbreak of the pandemic. It's designed for a local family of 3 generations. Besides the courtyard and verandas that is typical in this region, we introduced a living room with 5 levels underneath a single pitched roof. We combined the local tiled roof supported by conventional timber structure with concrete structures below. We also left a slice of skylight to the place below the roof. The living room appears quite dynamic, and the atmosphere is improved by the timber structure and ceiling. This project is still under construction, and this is a photos taken on the construction site. Related to the traditional carpentry, beautiful traditional details at the wood can be realized by the local craftsman. And the client's father's friend in the village is working on the most critical part of the tile roofing. This is the tea house at the third floor of the house. When looking out from this tea house, we can see the traditional tiled roofs with the more contemporary country house with flat roof. In this house, we try to explore a new typology of country house in this region of Lhasa. And this is the house looked from the neighbor's courtyard. And this is another ongoing project. It is located at the center of Dali Old Town. It is a prime center for the local silversmith company. It has a mixed program with a private museum, a tea house, an exhibition space, and a cafe. And because of its location, we are asked to build according to the vernacular style of this region in a very strict manner. So we adopted the strategy of the house before. And the lower level will be constructed with concrete to provide more flexible spaces. And the top level with the roof will be built again with traditional timber and tiled roof. The exterior facade will be decorated according to traditional style. But when we look at the section, we can discover that the concrete parts below has a very simple expression, a very strong spatial expression inside. And this is one perspective of the cafe. And this is when the concrete parts and the upper timber parts. And again, we try to get modern interiors underneath the traditional timber construction. And like Jeju, Bali's economy is very much influenced by tourism. And because we are based in Dali, we encounter many hotel projects. This is a hotel opened 4 years ago in the Dali Old Town. We tried to create a unique industrial site, and we try to provide rich and simple food on a very limited site. And this is another hotel opened 2 years ago. It is located in the Tibetan area of Yunnan. The climate is very challenging, so it's very protected from outside. The main building of the hotel is a renovation, so we try to provide a unique time inside the hotel. It's very much like a pilgrimage route to see the snow mountain. This is a staircase in the atrium. The journey will end at the snow mountain bar at the top floor of the hotel. So those two hotels are projects before the pandemic. But since the pandemic, for me, private investment in hotels becomes rare. But the government starts to initiate projects to stimulate the tourism market. And this ongoing project is one of them. It is a courier station. As an architect, I had a certain degree of freedom to choose the site along this ecological corridor by the Erhai Lake. The site I chose was a pond system that helps to clean its water. The reason I choose this site is because that I noticed that the pond is extremely beautiful in the garden with aquatic plants. So I introduced a looped circulation with shelters at the short ends. Visitors can walk along this passage and enjoy the beauty of the pond, which has never been considered to have aesthetic value before. And this is the plan and section of in order to protect the pond from the construction process. We use tile foundation, and above the ground, we use steel structure and wooden steel cladding, and they can both be prefabricated and put together on site. And this is the bird view of this station. And this is the space inside. And to conclude my presentation, here is the book I published last year. The title is called To Build a House That Doesn't Resist Life. Whenever the pandemic will end, I still believe in those more basic principles and values of architecture. Thank you very much.
네, 건축가님 멋진 강연이었습니다. 감사합니다. 짧고 굵게 전해주셨는데요. 마지막에 삶을 거스르지 않는 집을 짓기 위해라는 이 제목과 이 한마디가 우리 건축가님의 건축 철학을 아주 함축적으로 잘 요약해 주는 것 같습니다. 네, 이제 Q&A와 패널 토론 이어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 이번에는 마이크를 부이철 건축가님께 먼저 드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 그 다리시는 제주처럼 굉장히 그 많은 관광객들이 찾아오는 곳이잖아요. 그러면은 그 관광 산업이 도시민에게 굉장히 중요한 수입원이 될 텐데, 그곳의 일반 시민들의 일상은 그 관광객들하고 어떤 불편한 점은 없나요? 또 혹시 어떤 이슈가 생기다든지 좀 그런 사항이 있다면은 좀 말씀해 주십시오.
谢谢。我来聊一下大理的这个旅游的这个状况。就是大理这个地方呢，它本地呢是一个少数民族，叫做白族。白族呢是从明朝开始，或者说其实它才从明朝开始呢就被汉族同化。所以它的文化很大程度上跟我们中国的中原的文化没有太大的区别。但不同的点呢，就是因为它在一个边远的地区，所以呢，经济不太发达，所以呢，它这些传统的文化反倒是保留得很好，再加上它的自然环境也保留得很好，这就是为什么它现在吸引了很多的游客来访的原因。然后白族这个民族呢，就是其实非常的开放。因为我也经常在全国各地去做一些项目或者去看一些项目，就是我也了解到和其他地方比起来，白族是一个在文化上非常包容的一个民族。所以呢，就是我前几年就是在大理做的项目，很多都是到大理来的外地人委托我做的项目，他们能够在大理做这些，其实是在大理的民间做这些事情，并没有太多官方的帮忙，而能够做成这些事情，像那些小酒店呐、村子里面的住宅呀，能够做成，其实也是因为本土的这个族群和这个他们的心态非常的开放。他们其实也能够感觉到，就是外来的这些从大城市来的这些人，或者是一些资源，或者是一些资金，对他们自己的生活带来了改善。所以呢，总的来说哈，我感觉到没有什么就是那个本土和外地的摩擦，总的来说是一个比较和谐的一个状况。对。
잘 되셨죠? 네. 이번에는 그럼 이홍규 교수님 질문 한번 해주시겠습니까?
네, 저도 이제 뭐 딸이에서 이렇게 작업을 하신다는 얘기를 들었는데 제가 기억하기로는 충칭 출신이시고 이렇게 그 작업을 오랫동안 이제 베이징에서도 하셨던 걸로 알고 있습니다. 근데 이제 지금은 작업을 이제 딸이라고 하는 곳에 작업을 하고 계시는데 어떤 특별한 계기나 이유가 있으셨을까요? 네, 그거에 대해서 좀 여쭙고 싶습니다, 먼저.
这个呢是其实有个很大的原因，是我在北京工作完之后呢，我去美国，就在哈佛大学的设计研究生院又继续读了2年的硕士，就是那2年的研究生的，就相当于我再把自己放回学校有一个反思的一个过程。就我那个时候有一个非常强烈的感觉，中国的这个建筑的活动。 很大程度上呢，被这个就是它一个非常自闭的一个体系，所笼罩着，而这个体系呢，非常的不开放，它其实并不像就是真实的这个生活世界打开，然后呢，在一定程度上又被资本的力量，比如说房地产的快速发展，然后或者是政府的一些政绩行为。 所推动， 使得这个如果我在大城市开始我的这个实践的话，我就会被裹挟到这样的一个洪流里边去，而没有自己独立思考的空间。而当时因为有个机缘呢，我看到大理这个地方，然后发现这个地方好像是一个没人管的地方，也不叫没人管，就是它是一个总的来说比较松弛的一个地方。就这个地方，它那个时候哈，就是我去的时候是2012年，也就是几乎是就是9年前的时候，9年前还不像现在，那个时候都没有太多的外来的大的投资，房地产呢没有这些东西的，所以它反倒是一个很真实的一个生活的这么一个面貌。而那个时候再加上就是外来的这些私人的一些投资，做一些小的项目，它就使得做这些项目的时候，你就规避掉那些体制带给你的种种束缚，你反倒是可以很真实的去面对现实的问题，真实的做出建筑学的回应。我觉得这个是带给建筑学以生命力的一个很重要的点。所以可以说呢，我是把一个对于建筑学的一个想法的这样一个种子，我在寻找一片土壤，而这个土壤呢，我当时觉得在云南，在大理是特别合适的，所以呢，9年前就到了这个地方。当然，现在其实情况又有一些不同，就是其实现在呢，中国中央政府的管控，对全国的管控都变得更加的有利了。就是说，就是即便是像大理这样的地方，就是经历了从大概17年到去年吧，就是各种整治，包括环保的整治，因为我们有一个洱海，洱海是一个高原湖泊，就之前呢，就是因为政府放松了对它的这个治理，所以呢，它有被污染的这个危险。但是过去几年呢，非常强的一些法令来控制这个大理的发展，然后呢，来保护这个洱海。现在水质得到了改善，然后呢，但同时呢，因为这个过程，其实政府对这个区域的管控也开始加强了，所以呢，其实我的实践的环境发生了一些微妙的转化，就是可以看到，就是我现在就是可能我2年前去济州岛的时候，我讲的更多的是我的甲方都是外地人，但是其实疫情之后特别明显，就是我的项目更多的变成本地化的状态。当然我也会收到一些就中国其他地方的项目的邀请，但是我在大理做的项目的情况就发生了一个很大的一个变化。
우리 건축가님한테 딸이는 제2의 고향이란 말로 부족할 것 같은데요. 영혼의 고향 아닐까 싶습니다. 네, 답변 감사하고요. 그러면은 이번엔 부희철 건축가님 또 질문 하나 더 있으실까요?
양자호 건축가님은 2019년도에 제주에 한번 방문을 했었어요. 저희가 제주 건축대전 심사위원으로 초빙을 했었고, 그 당시 제주 건축가들을 대상으로 해서 강연을 한 적이 있습니다. 그때 굉장히 인상이 깊었는데, 당시 소개했던 건축 작업 방식이 현재도 지금 지속되고 있는지, 그렇지 않다면 혹시 어떻게 변화되고 있는지 간략하게 좀 소개 부탁드리겠습니다.
就是这个问题刚好接着刚才那个问题，就是它其实是我觉得我面对每一个建筑项目的我自己的方法没有太大的变化，但是我的我面对的一些场景发生了变化。就举个例子，就是我刚才报告里面的最后的那个项目，那个项目是政府的项目。这个事情在几年前我是不敢想象的，我不敢想象在中国跟当地政府合作，因为有太多不可测因素，但是呢，就是因为要治理洱海，然后呢，就有了洱海边上的这个生态廊道，就是有一个旅游的一个步道，然后他们就要针对这个步道做一些旅游的一些设施，游客服务的设施，所以就有了其中就是我介绍的其中一个项目，就是那样的一个。其实是一个游客的一个休息的一个驿站这样的一个项目，而且呢，这样的项目它 那像在几年前，我是无法想象我能够在洱海边上做项目的，因为洱海边上是在生态上非常敏感的一个区域。但是呢，因为有了这样政府的这样的一个发起，然后这件事情反倒变成一个光明正大的在洱海边上做一个跟景观相关的项目的，这样的一个机会。这个事情我以前没有遇到过。而且呢，还有一点呢，就是你看我刚才介绍，就是从疫情之后，就是尤其是去年疫情刚刚爆发的时候，我们都被关在自己的地方城市，不能出门的。然后那个时候恰好是那个时候呢，我开始更多的就跟大理的本地人打交道。刚才我说的大理的政府，还有一个就是大理的本地的，我刚才说白族人，就是这个少数民族，就是他们你看像那个小黑的家，就是我讲的第2个住宅项目，它是一个本地的一个就是本地一个就是他们家是一个农民的一个家庭，然后世代都生活在那儿，就是很难想象他是主动跑来找我，就是说他觉得我是一个很不错的建筑师，他相信我做的东西，然后他愿意给一个对他来说很贵的设计费，给他设计一个私宅。这种事情在几年前我也不敢想象。我后来觉得可能是因为我在这个地方待的时间足够长，然后开始跟这个地方有更多的连接，然后本地人开始越来越信任我，然后他们就把这样其实对他们来说是非常重要的一件事情交给一个外人来做。然后包括我刚才讲那个寸寺银庄，就是那个古城里边的一个有好几个院子的一个公共建筑，也是本地的一个企业，一个做手工的银器的一个企业，他们就是找来让我做这个事情，也是因为他在大理打听，然后就知道我了，然后可能或多或少他都听说过我，然后就开始有接触，也可能也是因为我在大理待的时间足够长了，然后也建立了这样的一个信任。同时那个项目呢和其他的那些小项目不一样，它在古城的那种风貌保护的核心区，就对它的建筑的风格要求特别的严格。一般来讲，就这种项目是很难做的，因为你要通过层层的这个审批，然后而且呢，因为我们其实在内部尝试了很多突破，其实是一些很当代的空间形态在里边发生，然后居然我们通过，当然也经过了过去8个月时间长的这个漫长的这个流程，终于拿到了规划许可证，然后这个房子快要开工。就是这些事情也都是几年前我不敢想象的，这也是就是我2年前去济州岛讲座的时候没有涉及到的内容。就是所以跟大家 update 一下，就是这2年发生的事情。
네, 정말 기여도가 점점 커지시는 것 같습니다. 저 딸이라는 지역은 오늘 처음 들어봤는데요. 가보고 싶다라는 마음이 벌써 듭니다. 네, 이덕정 건축가님도 질문이 있으실 것 같은데요.
네, 그 마지막에 방금 설명해주신 그 이콜로지컬 코리도어에 대해서 좀 더 궁금한 점이 있는데요. 그 전까지 보여주셨던 어떤 프로젝트들은 비교적 규모가 작았던 데 비해서 그 이콜로지컬 그 코리도어 프로젝트에서는 유독 좀 스케일적으로 좀 커지고 좀 그 전에 프로젝트들과는 좀 다른 인상을 보여줬습니다. 그래서 이렇게 다른 인상을 보여주는 게 어떤 정부와의 협업 과정에서 이제 그렇게 된 건지, 아니면은 어떤 그 중국 정부와 공공 프로젝트를 진행할 때 그쪽에서 이제 스케일이라든가 이런 것들을 좀 제한하는 식으로 진행이 되는지 좀 궁금합니다.
但是首先我要解释一下，最后那个项目看上去很大，实际上它的建筑面积，就是它的 floor area 只有300平米，所以其实它是一个非常小的项目，但是它被我扯成了80米长，那是因为它中间是有2个廊道而已，那个两个廊道呢，只是像架在那个荷塘那个堤岸上的走廊而已。所以它看上去好像特别长，但实际上你如果计算建筑面积的话，它只有300平米，是一个非常小的项目。其实政府最开始他委托我做这个事情的时候， 他们也不知道在什么地方做这件事情，这也是有意思的点，就是他们决定相信你了，然后他们他就在旁边附近，他先挑了一个地方，他说要不在这个地方你帮我做一个这个驿站，休息驿站，我就去看，我说这个地方好像没什么意思呀，好像什么也没有，但是旁边就有这个好几个水塘的这个，其实它是一个净化水的一个设施。然后它还有一个铁的一个围栏围起来的，但是它门是开着的，我就走进去看。我走进去看，我说，哇，好漂亮！就是这些水生植物都是天然的，就没有人去故意要去把它做成花园的模样。但是我在里面走了一圈，我觉得特别美。然后我就跟他们打电话说，我说，与其你们在旁边一个就是完全荒芜的草地上面做一个就是雕塑感的房子，我说我们不如把这个就是以生态为主题的这样的一个景观，我们把它变成了一个向游客展示的这么一个风景。我说这应该是一个更好的想法，就是因为游客，我们大家都知道，就是大理的那些自然景观，就苍山呐、很巍峨的这个自然这个山景，包括洱海啊，就这些都是大家知道的。但是大家不知道的是，还有很多很微妙的层次的景观。我觉得这是有意思的，就是建筑师通过你自己的，就是对这个地方的了解，然后呢，你把一些大家没有看到的美给它呈现出来，尤其是在一个就是以旅游作为基础的这样的一个城市，我觉得建筑师在这方面是可以做挺多工作的。而且当你的这个方案就做出来，确实足够的让人信服的话，我发现政府他们其实就像我刚才提到，就是因为疫情的原因，旅游是非常受打击的。他们特别希望自己做的每一件事情都能够吸引游客，尤其现在又是一个就是靠照片传播的一个时代，所以呢，就是他们特别需要这样的一些项目来提升，就是大家对大理这个地方的了解，觉得它好像越来越丰富。谢谢。
또 선순환이자 협력의 결과가 아니었나 하는 생각이 듭니다. 네, 이번에 그러면 이용규 교수님 혹시 더 질문 있으십니까?
네, 그 말씀 계속 들어보니까 제주하고 좀 비슷하구나라는 생각을 좀 들었어요. 특히 이제 주거에 대한 것들 말씀하실 때 이제 이주민분들의 주택, 주거를 많은 프로젝트를 진행을 하셨다고 하셨고 보이셨던 프로젝트들도 그런 것들인데 제주에서도 사실은 이주해서 오시는 분들의 프로젝트도 굉장히 많습니다. 사실은 기존의 어떤 질서나 전통을 받아들이고 자신의 삶을 이렇게 병행해서 산다라는 게 사실 쉬운 건 아니거든요. 그러니까 특히 따리 지역처럼 지역적인 어떤 전통이 굉장히 강한 어떤 지역에서 이분들이 자신들이 살았던 삶을 온전히 거기서 옮겨서 사는 거는 사실 어려울 거라고 생각을 합니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 그런 것들을 잘 조화롭게 설계하시고 만들어내시고 계시는 결과물들인 것 같은데 그런 과정에서 혹시 어려움이나 아니면 이런 건축주분들을 설득시키시는 과정에서 어떤 경험이나 노하우가 있으면 조금 저희가 들을 수 있을까요?
对，谢谢。我觉得这个话题特别重要，这也是就是这2年我觉得有挺多体会的一个点，就是就是我刚来大理的那几年，和我最近2年的体会又不太一样。就是这可能也是因为我待的时间越来越长了之后呢，就是我更能够跟这个地区共情，就是我更能够感受到就这个地区本土的这些居民他们的感受是什么，就是他们过往的历史带给他们的观念。然后这个观念到底在当下这个时代有多强，有哪些部分是有生命力的？这个是挺大的一个不同。我刚来大理的时候，就是你看我在介绍项目里边，就是第一个住宅和第一个小酒店，就是那个混凝土的酒店，其实那是我早期的时候来大理的时候做的事情，也就是大概5、6年前做的事情。就是那个时候呢，其实我有更强的，就是现代主义的这样的一个抱负，就是 我觉得我想把现代的东西带到这个地方。当然，我也理解传统，但我更希望以一种相对抽象的方式来阐释传统。但你看，我做第二个住宅的时候，就是做那个就是小黑的家有那个3层的那个小房子，有那个坡屋顶的那个很长的坡屋顶那个住宅的时候，就其实他们在做那些瓦屋顶啊、檐口的那些细节的时候，我是完全不控制的。我说我希望这个地方是以你们最传统的方式去完成。然后我经常去工地，就经常夸赞那些工地的师傅，我觉得你们做的真棒，真棒，他们就特别受鼓励，然后他们就非常就是尽量用他们最好的技艺表达出来。但是你看，有一些装饰其实是从现代主义的眼光来看呢，其实是可能很多现代主义眼光是不能接受的。但是其实我到了去年的时候，我开始能够欣然的接受这个事情。我就发现为什么呢？因为你看那些工人，他并不是说我们花很贵的价钱从很多从外地请来的，是能够就是很著名的工匠，他们其实就是在本地某一个村子里边请过来的木匠，一个老木匠带着几个小木匠就可以干这些事情。然后做那个瓦，做那个就是屋脊的那个出挑的那个细节的那个师傅，那个就是村子里边的人，就做这些事情其实是很便宜的。我才意识到，其实有时候传统，你很难说到底传统和现代哪个是当代。而在大理这个场景里边，其实，在我们当下，在我看来，他们的那部分传统、那部分手艺，就和我们能够找到的混凝土施工队一样，都是当代的一部分。当我意识到这一点的时候，我就觉得我应该就是让自己的心态更打开一些，就是能够在一个项目里边包容这些东西。当我做到这一切的时候，其实无论是房子的主人，还是整个村子，就是邻居啊，他们看待这个房子的时候，他们对这个房子就有更多感情上的连接。我觉得这一点是，对于这2年我理解这个传统这件事情的一个挺大的一个不同。谢谢。
네, 답변 감사합니다. 계속해서 질의응답을 이어가고 싶은데요. 오늘 시간 관계상 질의응답은 여기까지도 하도록 하겠습니다. 교수님 그리고 건축가님들 성실한 질문과 그리고 답변 또 강의 감사합니다. 아마 오늘 해주신 이야기들 제주도에서 현직으로 일하고 계신 건축가분들 그리고 미래를 이끌어갈 제주도의 건축학도들에게 굉장히 유의미한 강연이 아니었을까 싶습니다. 다시 한번 강연 준비해 주신 양자호 건축가님 감사합니다.
고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
谢谢邀请，很高兴。
네, 여러분 이제 마지막 강연 하나 앞두고 있습니다. 끝까지 조금만 힘내셔서 다 끝까지 관심을 갖고 지켜봐 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 제주 국제 건축 포럼하고도 인연이 깊으신 건축가님인데요. 이번엔 아시아를 벗어나서 유럽으로 한번 가보겠습니다. 스위스의 데비드 머큘러 건축가님을 모셨습니다. 자연주의 건축으로도 유명하시고요. 한국에서는 대표적으로 서울에 있는 리움 미술관 그리고 제주도에는 피닉스 아일랜드 클럽하우스의 책임 설계를 맡으셨습니다. 그리고 제가 어디에서 들었는데요. 한국인이 가장 사랑하는 건축가가 마리오 보타라고 하더라고요. 그 마리오 보타 아키텍츠에서 국제 프로젝트 건축가로 활동하신 경력이 있으십니다. 네, 잠시 들어오셨는데요. 인사 잠깐 나눠볼까요? 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 안녕하세요.
완벽한 발음이십니다. 스위스는 지금 오전 8시 반 이렇게 되고 있다고 합니다. 그러면 건축가님의 강연을 듣고 다시 온라인으로 연결해서 질의응답 하도록 하겠습니다. 그동안 잠시 커피 한잔 하시면서 기다려주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 여러분 강연 영상 함께 보시고 오시겠습니다.
Hello everyone, we are in Rosa today at 1,100 meter above sea level, a place that is a kind of wonderland because we have the half of the biodiversity of Switzerland and we are in the middle of the Swiss Alps, but just 20 minutes away from the highway. So it's a remote place, ideally, but physically very much related to the infrastructure of the connection of the world. We are between Zurich and Milan, 2 hours from Zurich, 2 hours from Milan. It's a wonder place for us, and that's why we started building this house where we are today. And after the building of this house, we thought it was a good idea to create a foundation for contemporary art in this small village to influence the everyday life of the people, to influence the kids, that they have to feel they are in the center of the world, careless where they find themselves. And through a series of projects that I would like spontaneously to accompany you through the village and look at the project we are doing with the foundation, to discover the beauty of the place on one hand and to discover how we intend to influence the economical destiny of a region that was a region full of people in the 15th century, and then through the centuries, the immigration has put away the people 100 units every century up to 10 years ago, where in the village there were only 100 people living and 0 kids. And after 10 years, in the last 10 years, we had an increment of people, an increase of population with 160 people and 10 kids that go to school. So we work on the human ecology as well, taking care of the human resources as a tool to work as architects, that it would be actually the future of our profession, to help the people to find that architecture is the link between the DNA of a place and its future. So let's take a walk through the valley, through the village of Rosa, and see what we are doing to make that art and architecture are part of the urban structure and not only a merely decorative element, but physically living place for people. Let's go. We enter the house, which is a structure done with an artist, so it's a kind of architecture, but as well a conceptual art project that relates the interior space towards the outside in a metaphysical idea of space where from practically one single place you can have the relationship with the wall exteriors that is around you, so that connects you as a person towards nature. And as we were taught through the centuries to look at nature, but forgetting that we belong to nature, this idea is broken in this project. Makes you feel like you are in the midst. You don't have to look at nature, but you just follow. Let's take a walk downstairs and see the rest of the house, how it looks. Here we are at the lower entrance of the house, and let's see what happened inside. The house is the two typologies present in the valley, the patrician one and the stone ones. You can see through the windows that you have this connection. continuously. Let's go in and say hello to Frida and Lisa. This is the hello. This is the lower part. Let's go down to the dining room and the kitchen where we have guests. Hello, everybody. Ciao, ciao. Hello again. After lunch, we are in the field and we look at the beauty of the valley in a splendid day with the work that we have done with the children of the valley is a crocodile that symbolized the idea of the global warming and to send a cry of help of the planet that is burning. And with the children, the work of the artist so that the small children can start from a drawing and then putting the drawing into the computer, and then from the computer we put the data into the factory of granite, which is the only industry of the valley, where the robot has put the drawings of the children into the granite pieces. And then with the children, we came here in Rosa and we installed this 25 meters long granite done by the children of the valley so that the children themselves, they can be part of making their territory more beautiful. Let's go and see from a closer look. Here we are. Let's say Frida that shows his drawings. Voila. And then, Lisa as well. She has done a little cross, like a minimal art. And here we are now. We are going to climb up to the little church with the wall drawings of David Remlet, the British artist, next to the ancient terraces of the 15th century that were part of the village in the 15th century, where in this village there were like 800 people here up to 110 years ago and 160 now, which became all architecture. Let's go there. Today we enjoy the beautiful color of nature and a very nice welcome to the work of David Remlet that takes the color from nature exactly in autumn to allow the people to read the nature with other eyes. So we are at the peak of the hill looking down to the valley. Now up to one of the highest points to see another masterpiece of David Remlet, a little historical. Let's go now through the magical forest and discover the first of 10 structures that we realized with the people of the village that talks about how the spaces influence the feelings of people. It's the first of 10 structures built with the community and cutting the wood of the forest where they stand, and it will allow the people to understand how space really influence their life. We work with the four main elements, earth, wind, water, and fire, and the four main shapes, the cube, the sphere, the spiral, and the tetrahedrous. Here we are, and let's go inside the first space, which is a sphere that represents the water and the calm. And next year, we're going to build the other elements. Everything is connected with the natural environment outside. We are now on the feet of the hills where the ice space has been built next to the first church of David Remlet with his wall drawings. On the back, you can see the second one, and we go around the church to see the entire work of David Remlet. We just had a drink after the climbing of the hills. And, David Remlet is working with music and sound so that his work, beside the fact that it gives a three-dimensional look to the ancient 16th century building, it's meant to be a composition of musical elements. And for us, it is important, this work, because it allows us to read the nature that is present in the valley through the eyes of the artist. In fact, a citizen asked David Tremlett to do an artwork on this ancient chalet. And as you see, you can see the beauty of this work, how it connects the contemporary art to the ancient structure of the house. This is in the back, the main church, and next to it, on the right hand side, there is a big building that is meant to become a residence for young artists. So let's go now to see in the village the exhibition of the Biennale of Art, where we hanged 700 posters coming from 65 land in the world that are manifestos, each of them about the global warming. So how a little community can, in a way, send from a small local place a global message. Let's go and discover. Here we are with the first posters manifesto, the crocodile that is screaming, "Help, I'm burning," to tell the people that the planet is burning. So the crocodile has been chosen as a mythical animal that gives the name to the valley that it's called Mount of Crocodile because of the encounter of the crust of the earth. And we go on to see and visit a little bit the exhibition that we have done, where, by the way, there are some Korean artists that participate. In this little village, we are as well reconstructing the ancient structure of the village around the historical church, so that the ultimate goal will be to have a structure of the village that fills all the holes that have been left in the time. These are the young generation that are starting new business like startups in the valley. Hello.
Hello.
It is now evening time back at home. We just had a little walk through the village of Rosa to show some of the work that we are doing. We're actually works for private citizens. We just a land for an expansion of the industrial sites of the valley, so that we can increment, we can improve the capacity of production of the valley that sees already in the last years the appearance of many small startups, and which makes us very proud of the work that we are doing as a non-profit organization and foundation. You can see in www.rossarte.com all the projects that we are implementing in the valley. And now I would like to express a little thought about architecture. There is something that we discovered, that civilization comes out of simplicity. Culture is something that not only feeds the soul and the mind of the human and the people, but as well feeds the economy of a region. And in the last 4 years that we started, we see that we have a certain success. The thoughts about architecture is something that I like to remind, that architecture is actually drawing a line and feeding the line with the joy, passions, and reasons. When the line becomes a wall, it releases all the joy, passion, and reasons that you have put in the line for generations to come. And in that way, we have a responsibility in our generation, because if we have seen humankind, that always reacted in the past to the errors that have been done in the recent past, and we, in a way, added mistakes on mistakes. We have to recognize that by the growing of the population, 2 billion maybe 100 years ago, 4 billion 50 years ago, 8 billions nowadays, and the mistakes that we have done when we were 4 billions and now 8 billions, they become a big problem. So it's time, I think, after 6,000 years, to recognize our mistakes as human and start from scratch to build the environment of human. We now went through a new trend like avatar architecture that you can connect yourself with the building and be one single entity, but as well we are discovering through parametric architecture as well the biomimicry architecture that allows man to understand and learn from nature how to build our own environment and be like friendly with the environment that we live in. And we discovered through the pandemic as well that the trend of trying to seek for a better quality of life closer to nature brings the people to settle in places like this one so that they can work globally, but enjoying the local production of good food, good health, good environment. He said, it's important to me to understand what is the role of the architect nowadays, that actually buildings will not be heavy as they are now. What we are doing actually, it's something like already old and doesn't make a big sense. And we don't have to stuck into aesthetical ideas of building our environment, but rather try to find not even ethical, but more than that, we really have to find a way how to put people at ease in their space and in harmony with nature. To do that, it's quite difficult in this moment because we are at a moment of rupture. If 100 years ago, at the peak of industrial Kazimir Malevich with the avant-garde, he did a black square and he canceled the entire culture of the previous millennia. Nowadays, we have a huge rupture. We have something that is extraordinary for humankind. We learn so much. We learn that we belong to nature. We don't have to look at nature. But we still are stuck in some kind of mechanic world. Still by facing a new era of artificial intelligence, biogenetic, and the role of the architect in the future will be more like being in a laboratory with other scientists. And what can we do? We have to take care of the perception of the senses of the people. We have to work in a way that what has been conceived and what will be produced as habitat for the humans in the laboratory and then printed in 3D on places, we respond to the need, to the psychological need of the people. And since we cannot do that nowadays, our generation has the task, I guess, to help through infrastructure like this, this work that we are doing in this valley, to help the young generation that are facing this strong moment of changes, to help them to have the psychological strength and the infrastructure in their mind to confront this new era. So this is what, from a small, remote, humble place, can be the message of more urbanized places. We work with a shared economy, which is not something we invented today, but it's something that is part of our history all over the world. And through this simple acting, reading the broad ecology of all the contents of a territory, and to intervene in the everyday life of the people influencing, starting our influence with the kids that will be the ones that need the strengths, the psychological strengths to build the future, we really can do a big difference. And we have to understand that we are at the end of something and at the beginning of something else. And we can go through this thanks to the achievement of humankind in the last 10 years or 3 decades, that we have the tools to do and to create a better world for. I thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed it, and we wish one day you can come and visit us in this mysterious, sincere, genuine, and beautiful environment. We are going to meet you again in the question and answer session. See you later.
네, 건축가님 감사합니다. 네, 정말 멋진 영상과 재미있는 설명이 곁들어진 완벽한 발표가 아니었나 싶은데요. 이제 다시 패널분들 모시고 질의응답 해보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 오늘 이렇게 보시는 것처럼 부희철 건축가님, 이덕종 건축가님, 그리고 이용규 교수님 함께 무대 자리에 계시고요. 먼저 오늘 부희철 건축가님부터 시작해 볼까요?
동영상의 첫 장면이 굉장히 인상적입니다. 그 액션 영화를 보는 것처럼 하늘에서 바라본 그 칼랑카 골짜기의 그 모습이 굉장히 아름다웠는데 혹시 직접 헬기를 타고 찍으신 건가요? 무섭지 않으셨어요?
You are talking to me?
맞습니다.
I just don't have the translation. 미안합니다. 한국말 조금 어려워요. 그래서 English 말해요.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us
Yes.
fine?
Yeah.
If you cannot hear the interpreter,
I cannot hear the interpreter.
제 목소리는 들리십니까? 제 목소리는 들리십니까? Can you hear us?
Yes, of course.
Yes, okay. If you see the bottom of the screen, there is a globe. Please touch the globe, and then you
Okay.
can select English.
Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
잠깐 통역 하지 말아주세요. 여기 들려서요. Yeah, you can just click the globe and select English. Then you can hear the interpretation.
Yeah.
Did
Can
you
you
set
try
it?
to talk?
통역 들리십니까?
Hello. Now I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
그럼 질문 들으셨나요? 질문 다시 한번 해주시죠.
예, 아까 동영상에서 본 그 첫 장면이 굉장히 액션 영화를 보는 것처럼 하늘에서 그 칼랑카 골짜기의 모습을 잘 보여주셨는데 직접 하늘로 올라가서 그걸 찍으신 건지 무섭지 않으셨는지 그 질문을 했었습니다.
Actually, we went to a helicopter trip for you to introduce you the beauty of Calanca Valley. So the 15th of October, in the most beautiful season, which is autumn, we decided, okay, for the friends in Jeju, we are going to have a helicopter trip to show you the entire valley, to give an idea, to introduce you to this world. And we did it with the iPhone.
네, 훌륭한데요. 오늘 강연자분들이 선물을 참 많이 준비해 주셨네요. 이 영상도 정말 귀한 선물이 될 것 같은데요. 그럼 이번에는 이덕종 건축가님 질문해 주시죠.
네, 그 초반에 이제 보여주신 로사 마을을 찍어 주셨는데요. 그 주민들과 직접 만나서 이제 찍어준 게 상당히 좀 인상적이었습니다. 그리고 특히 산에 올라가실 때 이렇게 거친 숨소리를 들으면서 마치 저희가 현장에 있는 듯한 어떤 착각도 느꼈던 것 같습니다. 네, 전 좀 궁금한 게 현재 그 마을에서 거주하시면서 작업하고 계신지, 그리고 그 마을 만들기 작업에 평소에 어느 정도 시간을 할애하고 계신지 좀 궁금합니다.
Actually, it is like our profession. It's not a kind of job. It is a commitment. And we brought the project of Rosa, which is a kind of laboratory that summarizes the entire work that our studio is involved with. It is summarizing because it is more inclusive. When we work on a project, we actually take care of all the ecologies present in a place, the history, the geography, the climate, the population, the traditions, and everything is related to a context to build a project. And we try every time to involve all the people, all the ecologies that are present in a project, in a place. In Rosa, since we do this laboratory, it's more easy to understand all this involvement because it's really something that touches the political, the economical, not only the natural environment, and the commitment of the people to make a better living for themselves. We started only 4 years ago with this foundation, and we already did several projects, and we have something like 12 projects running right now. We recently hired an industrial area to develop industrial hub to enhance the economy of the valley. And so it is a very special project, but it is the same as all the other projects we actually do around the world. Just it is easier to understand, and that's why we brought this project to Jeju as well, because it is something that it's quite similar to an island like yours. We want, through this project, to show how it's possible to develop in the research of the people to look for a better space, to the better environment to live within, and while working all together. And it is something unique in a way that we involve all the people of the valley. And the time we spend for this project is actually one of the projects that we have on the table right now. We have about 50 projects on table now. And this is just one of them. But our commitment to look for a better space, to look for the ultimate goal of architecture, which is to put man at ease in his own space, in his own environment, it is a search that we all are doing, and we try to help to do it better. So the time we spend for this project, as the time we spend for the other projects, is the everyday life, like a, like a game. It's not a job, architecture. It's like a game to find the best way to live in our environment.
일이 아니라 일상이라는 말이 참 뜻깊은 것 같습니다. 이용규 교수님 질문 있으신가요?
예, 저도 아이폰 유저인데요. 아이폰이 이렇게 다양한 일을 할 수 있구나라는 거를 새롭게 배운 것 같고요. 그냥 하루에 로사의 하루를 같이 보낸 듯한 영상이어서 더 의미가 있었던 것 같습니다. 뭐 앞선 질문에서 답변 중에 제가 궁금했던 거에 내용이 일부는 있었습니다만, 그러니까 다양한 주체들이 관여를 하고 있는 것 같아요. 예술가라든지 지역 주민이라든지 행정가라든지, 그리고 그 안에서의 어떤 건축가의 역할이 굉장히 중요했던 것 같은데, 건축가로서 사실은 우리는 건축을 만드는 일뿐만 아니고 이런 어떤 지역에서의 다양한 주체들을 조율하고 조정하고 이런 그 의사결정을 하시는 과정이 굉장히 힘들고 어려운 과정이었을 것처럼 보이는데, 그런 데 있어서의 어떤 어려움이나 아니면은 그런 어떤 저희한테 도움이 될 만한 이야기 혹시 있으시면 좀 말씀을 좀 부탁드려도 될까요? 네.
Very interesting question, 감사합니다. Actually, iPhone, you use Samsung probably. What is particular in this project that it's easier rather than other projects, by the way, easy is nothing, but is that I believe that as an architect or as a client or as an institution that wants to build something in a place, you have to pay attention. We have so many examples in the past of beautiful building and beautiful initiatives, even cultural, that you come to a place, you set a beautiful building in a surrounding with all the reasons that the building might have. But you never consider, you might not consider that in this place there are people living. And what we did in Rosa, we did it from another way around. We first went there, we talked to the people, we made friends with the people, we spent time in the bar, in the restaurant, on the street, and you get so much from the people living in a place, you get the feeling, you get the needs, you get the ambitions of the people, and you try to become an interpreter of all the ambitions and needs of the people, but in a very humble way. So you don't build like a art piece as it would be a cathedral in the desert that doesn't belong to the people of the place, but you build something that already, by sharing your thoughts with the people, becomes part of their life. Because as an architect, when you build, you actually don't build for yourself or for a client. Every time you build something, it becomes an heritage for the entire community. And the idea in Rosa is that we do a kind of work of mecenate. We put important art pieces in a valley that not only try to enhance the economical destiny or influence the economical destiny of a place, but at the same time, it makes the cultural heritage of a place more stronger. But it doesn't make sense, from my point of view, that you put culture in a place without involving the citizens of the place. And the most of the time we spend on this project is actually the time we spend talking with the people. And I'm not saying it like publicity. It's not just an ideal way of looking at things, but it is a real commitment. We spend time with the people, and we would love to spend more time with people for other projects to share ideas, to share the development of a valley, and to share the idea that through culture you can enhance, you can make the economy even better. But this you have it as well in Jeju with Jeju Ole, for example. We are now working on a little book of a little man that walks around the world that is looking for his ideal space to live within, with illustration that's so nice. We are from Jeju, we learned so much that in a magazine that in Switzerland we are writing about architecture in a new magazine, and next year in spring I will send to you a copy. We are writing an article about Jeju Ole.
네, 건축가의 역할이 정말 확대되는 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다. 그리고 내년에 스위스인의 눈으로 본 제주도, 그리고 제주도의 올레길 어떤 이야기들이 펼쳐질지 너무 궁금하고요. 네, 다시 이덕종 건축가님께 넘어가 보겠습니다. 추가 질문 있으실까요?
그 작업에 대한 얘기를 조금 하고 싶은데요. 그 강연 초반에 보여주신 건축물들을 보면은 그 전 세계에 이제 많은 건축물을 작업하신 걸 볼 수 있습니다. 근데 그 초기 작업을 보면은 제 개인적으로 느끼기에는 그 스위스 티치노 출신 건축가인 이제 루이치 스노치 건축가와 같이 그 미니멀하고 노출 콘크리트의 작업을 주로 하셨던 걸로 알고 있는데 그 이후에 이제 제주 왈종 미술관이라던가 오늘 보여주신 이제 로사 마을 건축물들을 보면은 그 형태와 어떤 재료 면에서 많은 변화가 좀 있음을 시각적으로는 느낄 수 있거든요. 그래서 이런 어떤 그 변화가 그 건축을 그 대하시는 어떤 그 방향성이 바뀌었다고 이해해야 될지 혹시 그 방향성이 바뀌었다면은 그렇게 바뀌게 된 계기가 어떤 계기가 있었는지 좀 개인적으로 궁금합니다.
Actually, I'm not sure I understand the question, not because the question is not clear, but just because the world is changing very fast, and everything what we do is actually already old. The question of the materials is related to a place. The question of the shape is related to a context. Fortunately, after 30 years and 700 projects, we can start now feeling that there is a matrix. There is something that relates all the projects. But what relates all the projects is the search of embedding the project in a context. Like uh, the to get the feeling a project is a good project when you get the feeling looking at it that it seems that it grows from the ground where it stands. And so myself, I don't see difference between the projects. I see the context. I don't care about the project itself so much. I care very much about how the project is harmonious with the context. And the more reason you put in a project, the more you care about the approaching of a building, because a building from far away in the landscape already shows you the reason why the building stands there. And when you approach, you have to take care of the perception of the people, from my point of view, because you change the view of the people, the mind of the people. We did two big hospitals actually, one in Italy, one in Israel, where we worked on the perception of the people. And this is a good example because like for the pediatric clinic, you have the kids that comes to the hospital, they are desperate. And we did like a magic forest for the kids before to enter the ward. And suddenly, in a fraction of a second, the kid that is so desperate because he believes they are going to kill him in the hospital, suddenly he changed his mind in 1 second, and his way of looking at his illness changed completely. This is an extreme example, but when you approach your home, you approach your office building, you approach your hotel, the approach is so important that change completely your mood and your way of looking at things. That's why, to explain this in the laboratory of Rosa, because Rosa is actually a laboratory, we are building this wooden structure that shows, because they are useless structures, like sculpture in the forest, but it helps you to discover once the forest, the elements of nature, but as well, it helps you to discover how spaces influences your life. And by having those structures the same size, working on a study about psychology of space that has already 50 years of life, you can see experience with the senses and not with your mind, but by feeling, even with closed eyes, you can feel the space around you. And there are so many reasons behind the project that you can even explain when you do the project to the client, otherwise he will be scared to listen all the thoughts because he will think, okay, you are crazy and I'm not going to build with you because it's too much. But actually, it's very easy to have this idea of considering the most of the reason and the elements, not only of the context, but as well the human ecology, the psychology and the perception. So when you take care of human being, you take care of the senses. And nowadays, because we are living the more and more in a bidimensional society, like we live half of our life in a screen, the idea of an architecture that takes care of the senses, of the capacity of the body and your instinct and your soul to feel the space around you, to put you at ease in the space while being on a bidimensional life, it becomes the more and more important. So the idea of material shapes of a building, it's not so important anymore. It's more important the reasons and the influence that a building has on the environment first, and but at the same time on the psychology of people. So I believe as well that we are now entering an era where we really have to reconsider the entire way architects think and the entire way we are building our environment. It's the most challenging era of humankind, and it will be so fast, all the changes, that we have to be ready for it.
네, 감각을 깨우는 건축이라는 말이 가슴에 확 와서 박히네요. 네, 이번엔 그러면 또 혹시 추가 질문 있으십니까?
네, 저도 제가 조금 좀 재밌게 봤던 거 내용 중에 있었던 게 사실은 오래된 건축물에 대해서 이렇게 화려한 예술가의 작품이긴 하지만 새로운 색채가 더해지는 그런 교회라든지 이런 것들이 좀 보였습니다. 그래서 크게 두 가지가 좀 궁금했는데 첫 번째는 그런 그 오래되고 익숙했던 경관에 다른 색채의 무엇인가를 더해지는 거에 대해서 그런 그 어떤 지역에서의 어떤 위압감이나 이런 건 없었는지 하고요. 그리고 그 색채가 굉장히 팬시하다고 해야 되나요? 굉장히 감각적이었었는데 그런 것들에 대해서 어떤 지역이나 아니면은 어떤 그 지역의 어떤 경관을 생각하는 측면에서 다양한 목소리는 없었는지 그 두 가지가 좀 궁금합니다.
Thank you so much for the question, because I forget about those things, but it was a long process. Actually, David Tremlett, like Daniel Buren, that we did the house together, he's a fantastic guy. He's very nice, very kind. And he fell in love with the Lidl Valley in the center of the Swiss Alps. And at the same time, it was a good opportunity for him to have his work settled in one of the most pristine place in the world, the Swiss Alps. So he was very happy to do it. We brought David Tremlett in the village, and we had a close contact with the community. David Tremlett have presented the project to the authorities, but mostly to the citizens. And we did a presentation of the whole population, to the whole population on open air, showing the project of Tremlett. And we asked the population to vote by raising hands, like we usually do in Switzerland as a tradition. And it was fantastic because the population voted to have the churches with colors unanimously. And this was a big success that the people, by discussing with them, even if at the beginning there were a little bit of resistance, of course, because it's something shocking. After 400 years, you have white churches, suddenly it becomes full of colors. But taking the time to discuss, to show, and to talk about what art is about in Rosa, which is not only to decorate something, but to give a new meaning and to help the people through the colors to, on one hand, to discover nature or to read nature in another way through the eyes of a good artist, and on the other hand, to enhance this idea of the cultural heritage of the community, because the church is what we do in Rosa, is that every piece of art is a public art. And every art we put in the valley, what we want is that it becomes a daily life. So the people accepted it not only unanimously, but as well, if you see a little chalet next to the church, a man that is the neighbor of the church went to David Tremlett and told him, David Tremlett, I love your colors, so I want to have my house as well with the colors so that it can be harmonic with the church. And David Tremlett made him a present of wall drawings of his house. This is just to give you the idea of the atmosphere that we live in and the participation of the citizens. There were a lady that was not happy with the churches because she thought, I want the village to be as it is. The village doesn't have to change. And I invited her for a coffee. We discussed 1 hour. And at the end of 1 hour of discussion, she was enthusiastic about having the churches with colors. So it's a matter of communication, actually. But when you do something that has a reason, everybody not only understands the reason, but can be enthusiastic about it. Just as at the beginning we said, the time you spend on a project is not the time you design the project. This is your part of work, but it's half of the work is to be among the people.
네, 감사합니다. 또 저희가 혹시 꼭 해야 되는데 빼먹은 질문이 없을까요? 또 추가 질문 좀 이어서 해주시면 좋겠습니다.
예, 지금 다비드 모큘러 건축가님은 정말 제주를 사랑하는 건축가님으로 잘 알려져 있는데 지금 영상을 통해서 이 포럼을 시청하고 있는 제주의 많은 학생들과 젊은 건축가들이 있습니다. 이분들에게 조언 한마디 좀 부탁드렸으면 좋겠습니다.
Yeah, from my humble point of view, of course, I have a very many advices for the students and young architects. By the way, we did the project of the iSpace, the wooden structure, with a Korean student, Jang Young Kim, that he's studying in Rotterdam right now in Holland. So we have a piece of Korea in the Swiss Alps by the work of Jang Young Kim. The advice for the student is to forget about shapes, to study, of course, geometry, history, and to be cultivated as much as possible, but to ask the old people like me to set aside, because our generation actually should not produce much anymore. We should be able to give the young generation the psychological strength to face the big change. Because nowadays, if you look around, we live in a very desperate condition. We have concrete everywhere, street, cars that moves on plastic wires. We are not living in a good way. That's why ROSA becomes the idea that even if I work globally, because 100% almost of our projects are abroad, but we can do our work in the minimal conditions that give you nature with a big richness, a great richness. So my advice to the young generations is remind the old people like we to set aside and to leave them work with new eyes and forget about all the mistakes we have done before.
네, 미래 세대에 대한 조언을 끝으로 이렇게 Q&A 마무리해 보도록 하겠습니다. 아마 교수님들이 계시면 좀 반가워하지 않은 답변일 수도 있을 것 같은데요. 네, 제주도와 건축을 사랑하는 마음으로 이렇게 준비하는 단계에서부터 포럼이 열리는 오늘 당일까지 정말 아낌없는 지원을 해주셨습니다. 다비드 머큘러 건축가님 다시 한번 강연과 그리고 뜨거운 질의응답 감사드립니다. 여러분 큰 박수 한번 부탁드립니다. 네, 오후 내내 감사합니다. 오후 내내 긴 시간 함께 해주고 계신데요. 이제 정말 막바지입니다. 여러분 오늘 이렇게 해외 연자님들을 모시고 긴 시간 강연도 듣고 토론도 했는데 사실 오늘 이 자리에 무대에서 함께 해주고 계시는 패널분들도 강연자만큼이나 굉장히 흥미롭고 심층적인 프로젝트들을 많이 진행하고 계십니다. 오늘 같이 공부를 하는 마음으로 이 포럼을 참석을 해주셨을 텐데요. 이 패널분들 한 분 한 분 오늘 소감을 청해 들어보면서 마무리를 슬슬 하면 어떨까 싶습니다. 제 옆에 가까이 앉아 계신 건축가님부터 시작을 한번 해볼까요?
네. 오늘 강연도 강연이었지만 한 뭐 6, 7주간 이 사전 미팅을 하면서 사실 다양한 문화권의 건축가들을 만나면서 좀 저 스스로를 한번 좀 다시 돌아보는 계기가 됐던 것 같습니다. 특히 초반에 채폰 건축가를 보면서 개인적으로 건축의 지역성에 대해서 한번 더 좀 생각해보는 계기가 됐었는데요. 저도 이렇게 한국의 건축의 어떤 지역성을 생각할 때 1차원적으로 뭐 조선시대의 건축이라든가 고려시대 건축을 어떻게 현재에 가져올까 이제 이런 1차원적인 어떤 생각들을 했던 것 같은데 차퐁의 작업을 보면서 과거의 어떤 건축 요소가 아닌 지금 살아있는 현재 요소들이 어떻게 지금의 살아있는 건축 요소로 와서 그게 하나의 유형화를 이루고 지금 살아있는 한국의 건축 그리고 살아있는 제주의 건축을 저의 건축 요소로 가져올 수 있을지에 대해서 좀 고민하는 시간을 보냈던 것 같습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 이 교수님도 한 말씀 해주십시오.
네, 저도 정말 말씀처럼 공부했다라는 느낌이 정말 컸고요. 사실은 그런 것 같아요. 이제 저희가 이제 건축이라는 이름을 붙이고 있기 때문에 정답을 건축에서 찾으려고 그동안 했던 거 아니란가라는 생각을 했었는데 많은 강연들이 사실은 건축적인 내용이 아니라 건축에서 살고 있는 사람이나 아니면 도시의 이야기에서 그런 해답을 좀 주시고 싶어졌던 것 같아요. 특히 저희가 이제 뉴 노멀이라는 이야기를 저희 위원회에서 이야기하면서 이걸 어떻게 풀을 수 있을까, 이걸 어떻게 우리가 전달할 수 있을 것인가라는 걸 고민을 했었는데 해답으로 이제 이즈를 한번 붙여보자라는 말을 썼어요. 그래서 이제 사실은 패러디이기도 합니다. 레스 이즈 모어라고 하는 모더니즘을 어떻게 이야기하는 어떤 그런 그 선언적인 것들을 우리가 이제 새로운 시대이기 때문에 패러디라는 의미에서 뉴 이즈 노멀이라는 말로 저희가 이렇게 키워드로 붙였는데 확실히 이전에 어떤 모더니즘의 어떤 세대와는 다른 시대의 삶을 우리가 살고 있고 이 건축가들이 고민하고 있다라는 거를 좀 느꼈던 것 같아요. 그래서 정답을 사람 또는 정답을 건축 그러니까 일단 처음에 주광현 그 건축가님 말씀 중에서도 가보지 않은 길이 마치 초행길 같은 말씀을 해주셨어요. 그래서 초행길이 맞닥뜨렸을 때 저희가 두렵고 무서운 어떤 느낌이 되는데 그거에 대해서 잘 훈련이 돼 있어서 실패하는 것들이 두렵지 않고 대응하는 방법에 대해서 우리가 잘 준비를 한다면 그 초행길이 두렵거나 무서운 길이 아니라 그 길을 가는 게 굉장히 즐겁고 설레고 기분 좋은 경험이 될 수도 있겠구나라는 이야기를 좀 했습니다. 그래서 그런 측면에서 뉴이즈 노마를 살아가야 되는 우리들한테 건축이 아닌 사람과 도시를 바라보고 커뮤니티에 한 번 더 보이지 않는 것들에 대해서 한번 반성을 해보라고 하는 어떤 그런 말씀을 주셔서 좋은 공부, 네, 좋은 시간이었던 것 같다는 느낌을 받았습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 정말 강연이랑 오늘 내용 잘 마무리해 주신 것 같습니다. 또 부이철 건축가님 어떠셨나요? 소감 한 말씀 해주십시오.
예, 이번 건축 포럼을 준비하면서 정말 공부 많이 했고요. 새로운 일상이란 변화에 순응하는 삶이라고 생각이 들더라고요. 그러면서 사람과의 관계의 변화, 그리고 주변 환경과의 변화, 그다음에 뭐 시간의 변화, 문화의 변화, 여러 가지 주제들로 많이 말씀을 해주셨는데, 제가 이 국제 포럼을 그 3회까지 이렇게 끌고 오면서 6년 동안 지금 참여를 하고 있는데, 오늘 발표해주신 강사분들, 건축가님들 이 그동안 우리 제주와 관계를 맺으면서 계속적으로 지금 네트워크를 쌓아가고 있는 그런 분들인데 이런 분들과의 관계를 계속적으로 지속적으로 유지를 하면서 우리 주변이 어떻게 변화하고 있는지를 계속 봐야겠다라는 생각이 결론적으로 들었습니다. 그래서 앞으로도 제주 국제 포럼 많이 사랑해 주시고 앞으로 노력하는 모습 더 많이 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 이렇게 오늘 각 참여해 주시는 패널분들의 소감을 들으면서 자유토론을 대신하도록 하겠습니다. 왜냐하면 강연에 이어지는 Q&A 때 너무나 심도 깊게 토론이 되었기 때문에 충분히 모든 내용이 커버가 되었다고 생각해서 이렇게 갈무리하도록 하겠습니다. 참여해 주신 패널분들 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 이제 자리해 주셔도 되고요. 여러분 박수 한번 부탁드립니다. 네, 여러분 이제 정말 마지막 순서입니다. 지금까지 6년 동안 3번의 제주국제 건축 포럼이 개최되었는데요. 그동안의 역사를 모아서 저희가 짧게 히스토리 영상을 준비했습니다. 함께 보시겠습니다. 네, 어떠셨습니까? 히스토리 영상을 보니까 괜히 뭉클한데요. 그 안에서 익숙한 우리 조직 위원분들 모습이 많이 보여서 반갑기도 했고요. 많은 세월이 흘렀구나, 우린 또 그만큼 연륜이 쌓였겠구나 하는 생각을 했습니다. 네, 또 맨 처음에 강연을 해주시고도 흥미롭게 또 동료들의 발전 상황을 지켜보기 위해서 지금 끝까지 온라인에서 채폰 건축가님을 비롯해서 일본의 또 중국의 또 스위스의 건축가님들이 나가지 않으시고 계속 열심히 또 참여를 해주고 계신다고 합니다. 다시 한번 여러분들의 열정적인 참여에 감사드립니다. 네, 서두에 말씀드렸던 것처럼 우리 제주국제건축포럼이 마련된 이유는 이제 제주 건축의 가치와 방향을 점검하면서 제주가 글로벌 도시로서 직면한 현안들을 짚어보고 이에 대한 해결책을 찾기 위한 그 의도였는데요. 오늘 강연을 보면서 저는 그런 생각이 들었습니다. 우리 안에 답이 이미 있다라는 생각이 들었고요. 우리 안에 또 답은 이미 우리 주변에 있는 것 같습니다. 이미 있는 것들을 새롭게 발견해내고 흥미롭게 접근할 수 있는 그 조금의 노력만 있으면 아마 놀라운 결과들이 나오지 않을까 하는 생각을 해봤는데요. 우리 제주국제건축포럼도 지역사회의 발전을 위해서 끝까지 함께 하겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 아쉽지만 제3회 제주국제건축포럼을 마무리하려고 합니다. 보통은 이런 행사를 하면요, 맨 처음에 오셨던 귀빈분들 그리고 참석자분들이 끝날 때쯤은 다 나가고 많이 안 계시기도 하거든요. 근데 지금 이 자리에는 너무나 많은 분들이 끝까지 함께 해주고 계십니다. 정말 여러분들의 집중력, 열정, 그리고 정신력 너무나 감사하고 본받겠습니다. 네, 온라인으로 함께 해주고 계신 참석자 여러분들도 정말 감사합니다. 혹시 질문이나 저희한테 주시고 싶은 의견 있으면 자유롭게 댓글로 남겨주십시오. 저희가 하나하나 다 읽어보고 답변해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이제 2023년 제4회 제주국제건축포럼을 기약하면서 오늘 행사 마무리하겠습니다. 제3회 제주국제건축포럼의 끝까지 열의를 가지고 함께해 주신 여러분 대단히 감사합니다.